And after the internet killed the stream once more, we're a go again. It's sad, so sad, but Kiechi is one of us now. It felt like I'd been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls. It was a strange feeling being welcomed over to the side that had pursued me. Zombie tag is quite profound. There's no time to postulate. We must capture Rena. The principal is walking down the hall. The bell will ring soon. To devour Rena, I, who had been turned into a demon of vengeance, needed to use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night, a vampire. Using the same trick that had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my evil designs. I gathered up the lower grades from around the school grounds. Everyone, listen. Rena's in big trouble. All of you, please look for Rena. It's a bigger problem than a jumbo jet crashing into your family's house. Oh yeah, it turned into that, hadn't it? Mian whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the blame. Yeah, it's not even in the same league as jumbo jets. What fell on Rena's house was a space colony. A space colony? Yeah, it's a really big disaster. Everything in a 100-kilometer radius was obliterated. But that's only the prelude to this tragic tale. This is the beginning, the start of war for independence by the propaganda alopy of Xeon. The lower grades were dumbfounded, their eyes like saucers at the grand turn of events. Well, what will happen? Will the Terran Federation lose? If things go on like this, they will. Only one person can defeat the Red Comet. That person is Rena Ryugo. The lower grade students all gulped. It seemed I'd made them fully understand that the fight for Earth was lost without Rena. Now scatter, comrades. We must find Rena. My comrades in the lower grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. There was still one person who hadn't gone. But I thought even the Terran Federation's impulse wave diffusal cannon didn't work on the Comet Empire. You're close. That's the white variety of those comets. The reason it didn't work was because they didn't know the weak point. Of course, Rena knows their weak point all too well. Ryugo-san is amazing. Satisfied with that, he also rushed off to look for Rena. It does seem like there's some promising up-and-comers amongst the youngsters. Little Ki-chan's abilities, this old man knows them better now. It didn't really feel like she was complimenting me, but whatever. Really though, how exceptional, Kiechi-san. This looks quite promising. If we have this many, we can win. With this many, we will win. I was thinking that Kiechi would have been a better nominee for the initial zombie. Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but I'd let it slide for now. Not even Rena Not even Rena would be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Rena was finally cornered in the back of the sports equipment shed. You're all scary. Kiechi-kun too. So scary. It probably was scary being chased around by the entire school body. All the lower grades closed in on Rena, saying she was the only one who could save the world. What are you all saying? I can't control a mech. Rena, how could you leave me for dead? Are you ready to pay for it? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Kiechi-kun, but I didn't have a choice. Do not resist. Let yourself be devoured. Let's all be together. Now, Rena, say your prayers. Mwahaha. Rena had stumbled onto a mat, trembling with tears in her eyes. I closed in. Associating the situation with a similar, particularly immoral one made my impulse quicken just a little bit. Satoko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Rena. Rena, wanting no part of what she knew was about to happen, went stiff with fear. Kiechi-kun, you wouldn't do mean things like everyone else, would you? See you, Solid. Have a good one. I wonder. Now then, are you ready? Okay, so long as it's Kiechi-kun. The face she made as she resigned herself to her fate made my heart skip a beat. I believe that Kiechi-kun won't do horrible things to me. Her body won't move. That had to be some sort of anti-zombie mantra. The second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. There was the bell. Game over. Yay! I did it! I did it! I survived! Yeah, yeah! Rena pranced around merry as if a curse had been broken. Heh, so daylight broke in the nick of time and the evil zombie army disintegrated into dust, and so the heroine survived. Well, that's how it goes in the movies anyway. What are you postulating about? This is all because Kiechi-san was dawdling about. Punishment is required. I was subdued by Satoko and Rika-chan and once again sentenced to death by 100 tickles. Eek, forgive me. Then the award for surviving goes to Rina Ryugu and Mion Tsunozaki. Yay! Mii-chan wasn't a zombie. Only pretended to be one. They say you need to deceive your allies before you can deceive the enemy, you know? Mion, you little... Yeah. Hurry up and change, alright? Don't be late for the next class. Let go of me, Satoko, Rika-chan. Having had my fill of being terrified to my very core by club activities, I solemnly swore I would have Mion crying for mercy next time. Have a good luck, Jeff, as well. What's going to happen next? After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I'd agreed to meet with Rena to dig Colonel Sanders out of the mountain of treasure. I missed what that said. I clicked too fast. Mum, do we have work gloves? I need towels too. Are they in the shed out back? The towels are by the sink. Alright, now I was all ready. Alright, wait, no. Looking at me, my mum stared quizzically. What's going on, Kiechi? Where are you headed to in that get-up? If they come to dump again illegally, he'll be buried completely and it'll be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, Rena will undoubtedly go after the Colonel Sanders in front of the fried chicken place in town. A bit of excavating, so my classmate doesn't become a criminal. Well, don't be out too late. Mum returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression still on her face. Cutting through the woods is a shortcut to the dam site. I ran into someone. It was Tomitaka-san, probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. It couldn't be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in the twilight. Hey, long time no see. Kiechi-kun, right? My due regards. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything. By the way, was that girl an acquaintance of yours? He was probably talking about Rena, guessing by the way Tomitaka-san was shaken up. But what was that all about? She was walking around with an axe, and she was laughing with a huge smile across her face. That was Rena, without a doubt. It was probably because she could take it home today, so she couldn't hide her excitement. I hid myself because I thought it might be dangerous. Should I call the cops to be safe? Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with an axe. Tomitaka-san's reaction was the epitome of illogical. It's fine, just leave her be. She's just wandering around looking for more victims. Tomitaka-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it's probably hard for normal people to understand Rena. I'll just toss a bunch of BS out there. If we were to be killed out here, she'd probably be the one to do it. Try not to snoop too much around here. With a condescending smirk, I started off in the direction of the dam site where Rena was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitaka-san abruptly called out to me. Kiechi-kun, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but... Ha ha ha. I'll try my best to be careful. Leaving only those words behind, Tomitaka-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke, but it felt like I'd said something bad. Pictures of handsome men. Not you then, Sean. Oh! She's in her murder gear. Kiechi-kun, I was waiting for you. Let's try our best today. I understood what Tomitaka-san was trying to say. Somebody gallivanting around while waving an axe around certainly would seem dangerous. You should cover the axe with something when you have it in public. It's not good to carry it around out in the open like that. Seems that I lost it, so there isn't one. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try to keep up appearances. Everyone in Hinamizawa probably already knew about Runa's eccentricities. She's probably the only person who could carry an axe around Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious. Ah well, let's finish this today. If we bust through this last beam, we should be able to pull him out. I've got everything I need. Leave it to me. Okay. I took the axe from Rina and made my way up to the unstable slope. Handsome men, you say? Yes, handsome men. Just wait, Colonel Sanders. Kiechi-kun will save you. Alright, get back. I'll finish this in one go. A solid thwack ran throughout Hinamizawa as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. How is it? Think you can do it? If it looks too hard, you don't have to strain yourself. If I can break through this, then we'll be good. I have plenty of power today. I can do it. But this adversary was far more formidable than I imagined. First of all, I'd never used an axe before. During a school camping trip, I had wanted to split the wood, but I lost at rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired and decided to take a break. Sean stole my yoke. Rena had already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and sweets. I'm fine. I'm almost there. I'll make sure Rena can give Colonel Sanders a good night kiss tonight. Yeah, thanks. Giving Colonel Sanders a good night kiss. Oh, come to think of it, Rena, you're a transfer student too, right? Where did you live before? I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I had thought she'd lived here all her life. Huh? In Kanto. It wasn't as rural as it is out here, but it was still out in the countryside. Why did you move here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know, this is pretty far out in the boonies. Well, why did you move here? Does it have to do with your dad's work? Dad said he wanted to move out to a studio. He'd been saying for a while that somewhere deep in the mountains like this would be perfect. Studio? Is your father an artist or something? He paints scenery. Seems that twice a year he opens a gallery for the stuff he does. When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in the Makuhuri Messe. He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibition Hall. That's amazing. Let me see them next time. I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. Sean, you're doing your hair on your phone's camera. Why are you doing your hair on your phone's camera? That's a really girly thing to do. Yes, smile. I can do girly things if you want. Sean is the most girly of us all here. He's the ultimate girl. But you transferred in the middle of the semester, didn't you? Wasn't that a hassle? Not really. I was getting bored of the city anyway. I was trying to get answers from Rena, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the axe and headed back to the work site. Yeah, Hannah, don't be sexist. I need to pick on Sean. Even if it's cheap sexist jokes, I need to pick on him. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began the song as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today I would end it. When I first started, I chatted with Rena as I worked, but now I didn't have the luxury. Yeah, you little... Damn it. I had swung the axe countless times today, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. I recalled that passage from the tabloid. Oh, girly hair. I got boy hair. I recalled that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people ever. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the axe not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. The arm came off with a sickening sound. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. Ah. Well, what's the matter? Are you hurt? Sorry. The figure's arm. I broke it off. Oh, that's all. Oh, that's all? I thought Kiechi-kun hurt himself. I probably had a really guilty look on my face. Rina said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. We just need to tape it back on and put a coat over him. Nobody will ever notice. I see. Let's pull him out then. Can you get that side? Okay. Okay. Now's my chance. Say whatever I want. What can I say about Chris? They are pretty damn swell. But don't tell them that. Tell them I said something nasty. So tell them I said they smell or something. But they are pretty cool. And we love having Chris in the streams. Wow, Hannah, what the fuck? Wow, Chris, you're meant to be larking. You're not meant to be paying attention to me. How dare? Thank you, Moose, for trying to keep up the pretense. That was incredible. You really went there. I appreciate all you trying to play along, but Chris ruined the fun. Okay. Seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. I laughed dryly at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Rena and Mion knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. I had looked it up all by myself, and shamefully enough I was scared. You're pathetic, Kiechi Mayabra. Alright, Rena. Let's do this in one go. Ready and... Whoa! We did it, Kiechi-kun. Yay! The right time to give 3 cheers. That moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hinamizawa covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Colonel Sanders. Your new master is a pretty decent person. Yeah, Chris, we appreciate you and stuff, you smelly jerk. I like that. Well, Colonel Sanders, he really is cute. It didn't matter that he was dirty. Rena nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Rena's happy face made it all worth it. I'll help you carry it back. It'll be bad if it gets dark. Yeah, right. I really want to thank you, Kiechi-kun. I won't forget this. Think real hard about what you'll do to repay me, okay? Whoa, I wonder what kind of repayment. I wonder. For now, I just hold back my evil cackle. We were ready to take it to our house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the top and lifted him. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitaki-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him, lol. Is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about the words. Tomitaki-san, unable to grasp my sense of humour, had left behind. I want to know what Killam knows. You received new tips. What kind of name is Rena? What? Okay, let me view new ones. Rena's not here. Do you know where she is, Kiechi? Huh? She was just there, actually. Hey, Mion. Where did Rena go? Rena? Didn't she go to the bathroom? She did say that she's been having bowel troubles lately. I hadn't heard anything about that. Satoko, do you know where Rina went? Rina, you say? I just passed her in the hallway. Rina has class duties today, so she's off to water the flower bed. Ah, it was Rina's turn for class duty. That's very much appreciated. Rina, Rina, Rina. Upon hearing it repeated, a thought came to mind. It's rude to say this about someone's name, but it was a weird name. It was like some foreigner's name. What kind of name is Rina, I wonder? What kind of kanji does her name use? Rina is a nickname. She has a proper name as well. What, really? I was sure that Rina Ryugu was her full name. Well, I can understand you making that mistake since we only call her Rina. She even signs her name as Rina. It's like it's her real name in school. I wonder what her real name is. Let's ask her when she comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at each other. You don't need to ask her. Who'll tell you what it is? It's the Ri from Ori and the Na from Nara. Her real name is Ryoga. I don't get the difference in what they're saying. Rihanna, is it? Wait, what? What? No, Kim and his notes. So it's not my wife's threat period into the Chris's period conversation. Oh, do you mean like you've actually seen a picture of Chris? Is that what you're saying? So it's read out as Rena instead of Rina. I don't know. I'm just gonna say Rena constantly. So it's read out as Rena instead of Rena. That's a pretty interesting reading. No, that's not it. Rena's the correct way. Rena had told us that she wanted us to call her Rena, so we call her Rena. Ki-chan, Rena is Rena, you know? Only strangers call her Rena. I don't know. I don't like pronouncing weird things. You get where this is going. I understand what Mion was saying. It didn't matter what her real name was, only what names we used between us. Rina Ryoga is Rina. She's nobody other than that. So I was thinking, if I had a nickname, would you call me by that? If it's good, so what do you want to be called? Conman. What? What? Rina then came back into the classroom. One of the juniors near the door told Rina people were looking for her. What's this now? Who's looking for me, I wonder? Seeing that both Mion and I sneered. Bailiff Ryugu doth show herself. Conman, you're quite sinister. Hwa, hwa, hwa. Well, what is this? Keiichi-kun and Mi-chan are evil bailiffs? A conman? Damn you, Rinanosuke Ryugu. Today doth be when thou meetest thy maker. Have at thee. What? Pigs? What are you guys going on about? Wah, wah. Suka-san, Kaku-san, show them what for. Aye, aye, sir. I expect my fee to be paid to my Swiss bank account. Since it's come to this, we have no choice. We'll just have to ground battle with 5 people. Rena's fierce punches exploded in the proper timing to take out the seal. The evil that was Mion and myself was vanquished in the end. I do hope that Rena does go on a journey to make the world a better place. How about heading to Nagata Chow? My destination is decided by where the cute stuff gathers. The toll of the bell signaled the break time was over. Come on, Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan. The teacher's coming. I took Rena's hand and stood up. It was just as the teacher had entered the classroom. Just one more hour, man oh man. Got to buckle down for one more. I don't want to see anyone's face. Ew, faces. Who wants to see faces? I didn't save chapter 3. Well done, me. You people. Yeah, you people. No, I don't need to see your boobs again, thank you, miss. What do I mean, you people? It means you people. Pretty sure some of the boys will, Moose. There's Sean, being a pervin chap. Look at that. Sean wants them. Send them to Sean. Oh, I get it. Fictional. I'm slow. You should know I'm slow by now. I'm not a perv. You're about the only one in chat that isn't, Sean. I'm choosing not to engage in the boob conversation. Haha, how was it, Ki-chan? So you went to Rena-san's house. Wasn't it amazing? It's nothing like that, right? Right? Unlike my house, the Ryugu residence wasn't newly constructed. It had been renovated from a pre-existing building, where the house itself was fine. The problem was the yard. There, it was crammed with rows upon rows of oddities. They were all the same as Colonel Sanders, stuff you'd see while walking around in town. The cake shop's mascot, Little Licky, the Toadleman in front of the pharmacy. She even had the amazing flying elephant from the top of the department store. I'll agree with you that those are cute, but why the mailbox? Wouldn't you get in trouble for that one? But it was so cute. She must have just thought about it because her face filled with delight. So it's the bigger the better, just as long as it's big. And her room displays the smaller ones. I had a chance to see them before, and cute kids like Rika-chan are locked away in the basement. Yep, I'll keep anything. How cute. So she takes anything she likes back to her nest. No ill will attended. Hey Rena, you know about the Statue of Liberty in New York, right? Is that cute? Yeah, cute. How? I want it. The US should probably come up with some countermeasures ASAP. If not, the Statue of Liberty really will take a trip to Hinamizawa in the not-so-distant future. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Rika-chan had returned. No fun being called to the staff room. Did you do something? How rude. Rika isn't a hoodlum like Kiechi-san. Ahaha, nothing like that, Kiechi-kun. Rika-chan is a member of the festival committee. Festival? The school cultural festival or something. Ki-chan, I already told you. It's a village festival. The Watanagashi. Oh, come to think of it, she did say there'd be a festival at the shrine during the next break. So what's this Watanagashi thing about? Is it like a floating lantern festival? I guess the last part, where you set things adrift in a river, is similar. Except we use cotton things like old worn-out futons and padded cloaks. It's a festival expressing thanks for the years of service. The people living in Hinamizawa dump their futons and padded cloaks in a stream. It sounded like it's a lot of trouble if it backed up the current. Maybe they should just drop some fish in and have a fish wrangling competition. Skewer them and sprinkle a little salt. Oh man, I can smell it already. That's just summer camp. I never anticipated how destitute Kiechi-san's imaginative capabilities would actually be. What? How could you tell I was thinking something silly? It was written all over your face. What sort of face could have expressed what I'd imagined just now? Rena demonstrated for me. I see, no argument here. Ha ha ha. It's nothing fun like that, you see? You should just look forward to it. Let's all go together. I'll come get you that day. I don't really feel like going to festivals unless someone asked me to. I wouldn't get bored if these guys were going. You won't get bored. We're doing it again this year. Mion's proclamation proclamation came as she looked at each member in turn. What was this all about? From the way Mion looked, it was probably our club's summer tradition, the Higurashi 4-demon firefight. Now that sounds awful. What kind of name is that? I think it's a cute name, though. I tried to object sharply, but since Rina looked happy about it, I decided it was pointless to fight it. Since Keiichi is here this year, it becomes 5 demons. Rika-chan made a small correction in light of my presence. So how does this funky-sounding club activity tie to the festival? A ho-ho. This is where you exhibit the skills you've nurtured through your daily club activities. Exactly. We show the full extent of the abilities that the best have obtained through our daily trials and tribulations. But last year the mayor got angry, so we need to make sure not to cause any problems this time. So basically we're doing club activities while checking out the stalls. Rika-chan really is the only one who explains things, so they make sense. Yeah, she's meant to be like the cutesy one. Basically, it seems like it was written for the anime, seeing there is an anime for it. Like, they explain things in the game like it would happen in an anime as well. So, I see. So we'll be exhibiting on those busy festival grounds. Rina was right, of course. That would be a reason for the mayor to get angry. But it's a lot of fun. That was the only point I did not doubt. It would be, without question, fun. The day of the festival was drawing near. We need something spooky to happen. Well, putting that aside for now, let's start our club activities today. Any objections? Nay. Our voices rang out in unison. When there's lots of people, card games really are the easiest to play. This really is the most basic of table games. Playing with the marked deck again. We'll use a new one today. There are no marks in the cards, so we're on equal footing. I wonder if that really is the case. I'll have to inspect them. Well, that was fair. Just to be safe, everyone checked the cards. Yes, these seem to be fine. Are you all satisfied? Then today, I guess, we'll play President. That's good for 5 people. Another standard card game. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. The basic rules: play a better card than the one before. You can play straights and pairs. There are various techniques that improve the game, like reversals, but because it's such a well-known game, there are lots of house rules for it as well. The name, for example. In my hometown we call it Millionaire. I'd like to go over some details. Are the jokers wild? Can you make a reversal with 3 threes? No jokers, 2 is the highest. You can reverse the reversal. You can only make a reversal with a 4 of a kind, not 3. Also, you know how the peasant sends a good card to the president. None of that. While I was confirming the familiar rules, Satoko looked over at me cautiously. I probably should have tried to look more of an amateur. I was pretty used to this game. It's President, and with a new deck. Today I might be able to win. I had the gist of the rules now, but that wasn't everything, was it? So what shall today's penalty be? About that, why don't we all write something down on slips of paper and have the loser draw one? Oh, that seemed like it could be interesting. Oh ho ho ho. I'll write a nasty one and have Keiichi-san draw it. It would be awful if you wrote a bad one and drew it yourself. Just don't lose. Don't you know best? Oh ho ho. Just don't lose, innit? Mion handed out several slips of paper to everybody. Then write down whatever and put it in this bag. When you lose, stick your hand inside and pick one out. Ho ho. Now then, what would be a good penalty? Worst case scenario, you draw what you wrote. Something too intense would be like digging your own grave. Have you tried not losing, Chef? No penalty. Let's forbid that kind of idea from being written down. Rika-chan's casual suggestion caused Mion-san hand to lurch to a sudden halt. Ah, that's so sneaky, Mion-san. She wrote no penalty and then the corner of the slip is folded. I see. Just in case you lost, you grab the note with the folded corner and you'd be safe. That was a good idea. Diabolical as ever, Mion. Rika-chan is quite formidable too, being able to see through that. I couldn't underestimate her, even though she doesn't stand out. Everyone, don't write penalties that are too mean, okay? Nobody agreed to Rina's proposal. Everyone was ruthless. It's fine, Rina, just don't lose. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll try hard so everyone has to pick the penalty I write. Rena was quite brutal, even though she usually appeared meek. Better not underestimate her either. Oh wait, wrong stream. I agree with that. I'm very curious what Rena's penalty is in particular. Everybody's penalties are scary. I still didn't know what Rika-chan's penalties would be like. Basically, you can't afford to lose this game. Everybody here ready. We all nodded determinedly, having confirmed that Mion dealt out the cards. Finally, the battle begins. I had a decent starting hand. Card after card was played in the middle. Not needing Mion to tell them, both Rika-chan and Satoko played the cards without hesitation. Rena and I were the only ones who paused to think. It seemed that Rena genuinely couldn't make up her mind, but I was different. I was like a shark stalking its prey, just waiting for the right time to strike. Huh? Will this work? Then I'll play this 3 and I'm out. 9. Nobody. 8. 7. I'm out. 5 and 5. I'm out. Then I'll discard this last one and I'm out. Bah! I missed my chance. The loser of the first round was of all people Mion, and now I was certain. Today I could win. Now then. Mi-chan, pull out one of the slips, okay? Mion accepted her defeat, scrounged around inside the bag and pulled out one piece of paper. What? Who did this? Who wrote this? Mion quavered and shrieked. What is it? What is it? Oh. Rena was also surprised when she peeked at it. What kind of terrible thing was written on it? Pet the principal on the head. Hey, wait. How is this bad? Keiichi-san, do you not understand? The principal was boarding and ashamed of it. Satoko yelled with a serious look on her face, but she wasn't as loud as Mion's shriek. What could it be? The principal was a martial arts master. He boasted about travelling around the world, perfecting his skills when he was younger. I promise I will only roast Jeff in this stream from now on, unless it's funny or I just feel like it. So really I don't promise that at all. Not the one from Alabama. Only the one from Seattle. That's the one that we all pick on. He switched to teaching after seeing the poor state of education in Japan after the war. He was inhuman. Pet that guy's head. The one who's also a hamster from space. As a club president, there's no way I can set a bad example by refusing. Phew. Yeah. She bellowed out a yell as she dashed off down the hallway. Wouldn't have been easy to sneak out quietly and try to do it without making a fuss. Probably impossible. They say he used to hunt sea slugs just by sensing their presence. I could do nothing but wait with bated breath. I mean, it's not just rude, Chris. It's kind of illegal. You're not meant to stalk people. Kapow. A rumble shook the classroom. That's the principal's aerial opener. Boof, pow, whap. Zazang, kaboom. Following the launcher with a jab, strong, fierce combo. He's even using meter. From how it sounded, the principal's jumping fierce sounds like multi-hit combo. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Nothing I could do now except stay calm. I understood now why they wouldn't... Jesus, my reading ability today is poor. Worse than the internet. Now what... I understood now why there are no delinquents at the school. I still couldn't read that sentence. That sentence beat me. After a few moments of silence, Mion slumped back to us. Petted. Is that good enough? Mion said before collapsing. She's alive at least. Now we can continue the game. Monster. I was amazed the person who made club activities like these could say that. But now, the worst penalty is gone now, right? Rena tried to lighten the mood and was only met with Mion's malicious grin. She was serious now. I'm not holding back anymore. You'll all get yours. The pace of the game becomes bizarrely quick. I could tell the game had gotten more intense. Ace, 3, 4, 5, I'm out. I'm out as well. Hehehe, I'm out too. 3, I'm out now. Eek, I lost, and the heavens chose to vanquish Rena. Well, what kind of penalty, I wonder? What kind of penalty, I wonder? It wasn't exactly hard for her to be worried. Just thinking of the level of difficulty of Mion's first penalty still made me quiver, and so the penalty she drew with trembling fingers was... The heck was this? Speak like a maid. Huh? What is this? This one, what do I need to do? So basically, it means that you have to use the same expressions as a maid. Ha, yeah. Okay, master. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had no idea who wrote that penalty, but she was awesome. Then, Rena, can you shuffle the cards and deal? Yes, master. I could just die right now. Anyway, let's continue. Right, Rena? Yes, master. The eagerness to which I was goading Rena into addressing me as master was downright impressive, if I do say so myself. Jeff would be insufferable if someone was stalking him. Hey chat, none of you are cool enough to have a stalker. Honestly, I could see him doing that, but it would be much later after it had finished, because when they called the police on him, he was very upset about it. Like, super, super upset about having the police sat on him. So, like, he actually does get very upset about these kind of things. But I can see him making a meme of it later on. But at the beginning, he would just be very upset. Hey, Papa Picosa. Have you seen you've got a butt now? Yeah, we were trying in chat very much to keep away from the police talk. Just after it happened for a couple weeks. Because it was very, very upsetting for him for a while. I've seen you lurking. It's nice to have you in the chat. Oh yeah, Jeff is like... The thing is, Jeff's gone from being very, very private to streaming every day to the point that he can't be super private anymore. So, whilst we now, especially people new to his streams and stuff, well, people see him and think, oh, this is what Jeff's always like. He's not like it at all. And I think he's only as comfortable being as open as he is because of, like, the regulars that have been there since, like, his Stardew, streams. There's a bunch of us who have been there since, like, late last year, early this year, that have really changed his community around. And he feels a lot more comfortable being himself because of that. But when things like that happen, like, I'm not sure he's too happy everyone knows who he's dating and things like that. But he brought that on himself by getting drunk and announcing it. Like, he still likes to be super private about a lot of stuff. Like, he hasn't even told his friends about dating someone yet. That's how private he is. Teacher has massive sword ears. That sounds super cool. I won't lose anymore. I'm out. I shan't lose either. I'm out. Then with that, I'm out too. I can't believe it. Is it Rena's loss again? Rena again. What kind of penalty would it be this time? I was delighted by the mysterious sense of anticipation. Anticipation? No, this was conviction. Remove one piece of clothing from the top and bottom halves of your body. That's just indecent. Who could have written this? My face reddened in anger. If I didn't yell something out, I wouldn't be able to hide my shaking. Who did write that? God, please give that man a Nobel Prize. We're just one giant pervert. Yeah, like, they've changed a lot since I was in there. And Jeff has changed a lot. Like, he's said it a couple times. You can't really not change when you're streaming every single day. You can't hide who you are for like 10 hours every day. You know, so he's really grown into streaming and stuff. Giant purpose. So our character's basically Sean. So this is Japanese Sean. That would be an ignorable prize. Not good, not good. What was I thinking? What was written on my face? Oh, Mi-chan. Rina begged Mion with teary eyes, but everyone knew Mion's answer already. Nope, won't go easy on you. You lost, so take it like a man. Understood, master. I'll undress. What? I looked around, thinking someone else would probably stop her. Of course, I wasn't exactly trying to stop her either. And then I heard the rustling of clothing, the sound of her skirt hitting the ground sent my heart racing. Is this fine, master? I looked away like a gentleman, but those club activities, you needed to be ruthless after all. Keiichi-san, whatever were you expecting? Certainly we would not have her strip if she weren't wearing her PE clothes underneath. Satoko poked fun at me, but right now I can't hear it. Not bad, Ki-chan. This old man never even thought you would go after her like that. You've got it wrong. I didn't write that one. The master didn't write this one? Her squirming around in her PE clothes made it impossible for me to not feel anything. There's nothing wrong with being a pervert. Maybe. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Mion probably wrote that one and planned to go after me as I panicked. You can't fall for her trap after knowing it's a trap. Clear your head, calm down and assess the situation. I was determined to think of my way out of this, and the answer was quite simple. I win. I then become a god. I, who had already entered the domain of godhood, what would dare stand in my way? It was like they were pulled to me magically. I was picking up aces and twos like nobody's business. Eek! How could my luck at the draw be so bad? Satoko lost, right? I'll draw the penalty. Speak like a little sister. Fine. Oni-chan. Yes. The pleasure of making this brat disgrace herself. This old man loses again. Mion's lost, right? I'll draw it out. Wear a girl's school swimsuit. No! That's the one I wanted Ki-chan to get. Yes. Mion's despair was like sweet honey. But master, I lost again. Rina lost. I'll draw it for you. Let the person in first place rest her head on your lap. Huh? Oh. In this outfit, master. Yeah, she's not wearing a skirt, so it's her bare legs. Oni-chan, you're too good, sniffle. Satoko lost again. I'll draw it. Wait, they were only meant to write one punishment. There's been way more than 5 losses here. What's going on? See you later, Moose. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing. Satoko lost again. I'll draw. Obey the person in first place. How about I have you give me a shoulder massage? Fine, Ini-chan. Come on, do it a bit harder. Don't use your nails. Bwahaha. Why is he in charge? Or in front? The other one hasn't lost either. I had transformed into an evil dictator and couldn't be doing any better. It felt like I could control how the cards played out with my mind and even decide what suits would appear just by willing it. By the time I realised it, I had already assembled a harem. I was laughing haughtily as I rested my head on Rina, who was now a bloomer-clad maid. Satoko was wearing a collar and had taken on a little sister properties. Mion was fanning me while wearing a school swimsuit. Oh, today's match is overwhelming victory, isn't it? Eek! Please refrain from moving your head around so much. I began to think, why does man have no end to his desires? How could I wish for more than this palace of dreams? What is it, Keiichi? I'm saddened by the thought of a man having no end to his desires. That was it. Rika-chan hadn't been in first, but she continued to escape being in last. Keiichi is quite greedy. It's said you should know when enough is enough. I know that very well, but how to say it? I feel like I wouldn't mind if I died now. Eek! Master, please refrain from moving your head around. Yeah, I've realised that now that I've clicked on. You say you wouldn't mind dying, then that can be arranged. Rika-chan said it in her usual calm manner with a cheery tone. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Go, Rika-chan, take him out. Defeat this archdevil of perversion. I might not be able to win, but I'll beat him. Such stoicism from this little girl who's always hidden away in Satoku's shadow. It would probably be rude not to meet her head on. I shall face you myself, little one. I saw Mion swap a few cards with Rika-chan in the middle of the game, but pretended I didn't see it. Do you believe you can defeat Kiechi-sama with that, just that? 2, ace, 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 8, 8, 8, 8, reversal. Everybody looked over at me. I was still brimming with confidence. Mwahaha, the 4 of them had aligned against me. That's it. You're making me laugh. That was good. Reversal, reversal. What? How could such a thing be? Satoku let out a shriek. Mwahaha, you simpletons. Using up all of her cards before calling the reversal left Rika-chan with no good cards. She was defeated soon after. I lost. Bwahaha. Finally, you fall into my clutches. Now I'll pick one out. Oh? Wear cat ears, a bell collar, and a tail. Mwahaha. Even the penalties were as I wished. Higurashi is such a weird mixed bag of emotions. I know, like my friend told me about it. He was like, you'll like it, you'll really like it. But he's the kind of person that doesn't mention the weird, like, Japanesey things and stuff. So, like, we were so confused at why he told us to play it for Halloween. It's had some really good, like, oh my fucking god moments, though. Rika-chan hung her head and equipped the 3 holy artifacts. It's questionable as to why such things were in Mion's locker, but since I had no objections, I didn't ask. Oh, this was so, you know, it felt like I'd become Rina. This was definitely cute. See you in a bit, Sean. Cute, isn't it? Isn't it? Hell, I want to take her home. That wasn't me talking, that was the actual Rina. Mew. As Rika-chan mimicked a cat, teary-eyed rings of smoke escaped from Rina's ears with an audible puff. Rika-chan must taking her home just for a while. I won't do anything strange, nothing strange. I see, I still have one trick left. Mion gasped and dropped her fist into the open palm. Why does one have access to cat equipment? I don't know about you, but I do. Doesn't everyone? If Rina must, she can take me home. After Rina-san beats Kiechi-san, she can. They thought that Rina in cute mode would be able to defeat me. Would it be that easy? Opposing me was the same as opposing God. I'd teach them in their place. How preposterous. That Rina can't defeat me. Eep. For a moment, I didn't know what was going on. The 52 cards danced and flowed freely between Rina's hands like the machinations of a master magician. Machinations. Oh. In the middle of those flowing cards was Rina's ecstatic expression, her head bobbing around. Shall we, Kiechi-kun? Hurry, hurry. My whole body knew it already. Because the Sean will have to fulfill our Sean quota. I'll fail that because I need to go back to working. That's alright. Akbar's back. Akbar can be our Sean. My whole body knew it was already. I was going to lose. No play. Nothing to play, Ki-chan. Then, with this, I'm out. Everyone cheered. I was spent. Phew. I've got no regrets. God, thank you for letting me dream a little. Sean bar. Now then, I'll take one out. Kiechi-san's penalty, this is it. Everybody peeked at it in unison, gazes flickering between the text and my face. All day today, I did as I pleased. I'll do whatever it is. What's on there? All. Huh? Every penalty up until now. What the heck? Kiechi-san, should you not be speaking like a little brother? Yes, Oni-chan. Oh, this is quite addicting. Next I'll have you rub my shoulders. Kiechi-kun, I don't need the lap pillow, so do that other one, okay? Yes, master. Oh, Kiechi-kun, that sounds cute. Say it again. Please spare me, master. Rena passed out with a squeal, blood spewing from her nose like a fountain. My dignity was being trampled more than a communal doormat. Next is from this old man. I'm going to have you fan me for a good long while, Thrust. Oh, almost forgot. You need to wear this, don't you? The school swimsuit. Huh? This is for girls. Can't I wear the one for boys? It was clearly written here, wear a girl's school swimsuit. As you can see, Satoko was like a loan shark. Actually, me trying to escape reality as fast as humanely possible was pretty adorable, if I did say so myself. But, whose school swimsuit am I gonna wear? If I were wearing one of yours, you wouldn't like it, right? This old man doesn't care about that kind of stuff at all. Think of it as a little benefit. I'm not that in shape, so I think even Ki-chan can fit into it. The executioners surrounded me, wagging their fingers. No. My dignity was being trampled. Relatable. True. My first thought, it's tight around the waist. Second thought, the chest area was pretty loose. Third thought, the crotch area was here. Kiechi-kun is bending forward. Cute. You'll be ready after you wear the cat ears, bow and tail. Ki-chan, wanna look in the mirror? It's amazing, really. It's probably best if you look. The stern scientific, calculating nature mixed in with her fascination made Mion very scary. I would like to respectfully decline, master. Your ensemble is complete. If only we could send you home dressed like that. Ho. Then, is this enough? I'll change and... While I was saying that, Mion placed a hand on my shoulder and Rika-chan slipped up behind me without a sound. Not yet, Kiichi. There's still the first penalty left. Is this... Get up. Rika-chan patted my head without saying a word. Sir, excuse me. Yes, please come in. I stepped forwards into the principal's office. My bell collar jingled adorably. The principal froze solid with a smile on his face as he saw me. I couldn't blame him. In this sacred place of study, specifically in his office, though I said excuse me as I entered, the sight of a person entering with a school swimsuit, cat ears and a collar and a tail, and for it to be a young male student, without a doubt any normal person's psyche would have stopped cold, but this could be explained. We'll call it uncanny valley camouflage if you will. When humans see others, they can only begin to act after confirming this is human, meaning that if he could not comprehend what was in front of him, then in those moments before he could begin to fully process the situation, his mind was completely blank. That was my one and only chance for victory, my penalty, rubbing the principal's head. Principal, I challenge you, hurt. I heard what sounded like a zing 3 times, his 3 ghoul stupor. The principal said one thing to me. What does it mean to be a man? And in a heartbeat, boom. Boof! Their tremor resounded throughout the Hinamizawan twilight. I think we might have died. Shit's gonna get funky, isn't it? I think we've gone past the point of funky. Rita was given permission to caress Rika-chan's head as much as she wanted, so they headed home together very pleased. Once again today, it was just Mion and I going home. Man, that was intense. I didn't know Ki-chan was so good at President. No, I was more surprised than anyone. If I was playing with guys, I wouldn't have been that strong. But still, it was pretty bad. Being carried off on a stretcher in that outfit will probably haunt me until the day I die. Haha, but that's fine, isn't it? You were able to do something to boast about for ages too. Ho? Well, when she says it like that, we both smiled at each other. Oh, we meet again, Kiechi-kun. It was Tomitaki-san. It felt like I'd been running into him quite often. Hey, take any good pictures? Well, a few. So... Tomitaki-san suddenly leaned over and whispered into my ear. You sure get around. Today you already have a different girl. It's not like that. No need to hide it. It's important to get lots of experience when you're young. Because Tomitaki-san let out such a crude laugh, Mion knew what we were talking about without even hearing his whispering. I've heard through the grapevine that Mr. Tomitaki is quite the catch himself, Huh? No, that wasn't my intention. Sure. Keep up the good work and take plenty of pictures. See ya. Mion seemed to really want to get rid of this lout quickly. From the way she spoke, it seemed as if Mion knew Tomitaki-san quite well. How's the year treating you, mister? Staying until the Higurashi? Yep, I plan to. After photographing the festival, I plan on heading back to Tokyo. Being a photographer sure is easy. Be sure to win some big award and become famous. You spent all your best years in photography after all. I don't think I'm that far gone. Oh. Don't they say men start developing their own unique flavour in their 30s? What does it matter what you taste like? That's so gross. Oh, look at the time. I need to get back to the inn before it gets dark. Tomitaki-san began to take his leave with a dry laugh. It did look like he was outmatched by Mion. Now then, I'll see you both at the festival. After waving a hand cheerfully, Tomitaki-san disappeared amidst the cries of the Higurashi. The way he's going, he probably won't ever get famous. I had him promised he'd display a picture of me if he ever opened up a gallery, but I don't think that'll ever happen. So you know Tomitaki-san. Yeah, he's an acquaintance of sorts, but you know how easy it is to tell who's an outsider. It sounded like you meet him all the time. Tomitaki-san comes around to Hinamazawa regularly, maybe 2-3 times a year. He says he's taking pictures of the seasonal scenery and wild birds, but well, those photos really are nothing to phone home about. The image Mion painted of Tomitaki-san was fairly unique. The Tomitaki-san I knew was more mysterious. The words flowed naturally from my mouth. I wonder if he's really here to take pictures of birds. Mion stared blankly at me as if to ask, why did you say that? It just seems he's here for something other than taking pictures, I think. Don't you get that feeling? Like about the incident, the dismemberment. Oh, you too. If so, you've got good instincts, Ki-chan. She agreed with what I thought, but was quite chipper in how she said it. You knew about it then, Mion. Of course. He might be able to pull one over on everyone else, but he can't fool this old man. Mion was posturing pretentiously, but had easily come to a very different conclusion from what she was imagining. It felt like all apprehensions I had about Tomitaki-san's disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulders. I was finally able to appreciate how clear the evening sky over Hinamazawa was. I exhaled everything in my lungs and inhaled just as much. It smelled like dusk. What is it, Ki-chan? It's just that I never thought the cries of the Higurashi could feel this good. Haha, what's gone into you all of a sudden, Ki-chan? We both continued to giggle, not knowing why. I wonder what Rina's doing. I bet she's getting her fill of Rika-chan by now. She's probably in the middle of asking her over so she can treat her to dinner. It'd be great if she's able to take her home. I wonder. Rika-chan is pretty good at that stuff. Yeah, I feel the same. That head patting penalty was probably from Rika-chan. I thought so too. The only one who could get away with patting his head is Rika-chan after all. Just pointless chit-chat. The hot day felt like it was being cooled down by the cries of the Higurashi. Boo, 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 boo. New tip! I like my achievements as well. The achievements are fun. Poggers. Ak, did you have school today? I know you said you've got 3 classes this week, don't you? In other words, how is it? Are you feeling okay today, Akbar? Because we love a happy Akbar. You only had an assignment due today. Nice. We're greeting the end of the rainy season sooner than in prior years. On this day, when it feels like summer will soon arrive, I'm pleased that everyone is in good health. The season for the Watanagashi is finally upon us. I believe the assistance of the town council will make this a wonderful festival. I also wish to ask for the assistance of everyone in regards to a few things. 1. Collecting bazaar goods. We look forward to a well-received Hinamazawa Grand Bazaar exhibition, holding a massive collection of excess goods and used clothing. No raw goods, please. Management, Makino, telephone, XXXX. 2. Recruiting Lil Festival drum dancers. The renowned Lil Festival drum dancers group, known for its careful choreography, the Shofu Society is taking last-minute participants. We're looking for any showboat, elementary and middle schoolers. Management, Kimiyashi, telephone number, 3. Taking donations. We are accepting donations in multiples of 1,000 yen. For every 1,000 yen donation, you'll be rewarded with a refreshment stand ticket. Management, Sonozaki. We are always taking suggestions for ways to improve the festival at all times. If you have an interesting idea, call Kimiyashi at... There's 200 yen refreshment stand ticket attached below the cut line. You have to oh, that's fine. I think Cherry did the same, doofus. I think Cherry's done the same. It's nice to see you, though. I hope you're doing well. And please don't spoil yourself. I just basically started playing this the other day because it was free. And I didn't know what to do, and it was free. And Luke had told me to play it. So we're playing it. In other words, I'm reading a lot. I'm here just reading. But for some reason, people seem to like me reading to them, so it's a positive for some people, obviously. Only the first chapter. The first chapter is free. Every other chapter you have to, every other chapter you have to pay for. I haven't bought the rest of the chapters, because I don't know what it's going to be like at first. And, I haven't played, visual novel style games for a while on stream. So I didn't know how people who hadn't been here before and saw me play them kind of games would take to it. I also didn't have any money to pay for it. But if people like it, I'm probably going to pay for the rest of them. And we'll probably play through the rest of them. Which obviously isn't a good thing for those that don't want to be spoiled. But I don't know. I'm going to let people let me know if they like it or not. Save it there. Boof. A few days had passed since the incident. Have a good luck, doofus. During that time, either Mion was busy or Rika-chan had to help with the festival preparations, so he couldn't get everybody together for club activities. Even though I thought I would never want to participate again after the years it shaved off my life each time, not having it only made my heart grow fonder. I really am not honest with myself. Today we finally had our club activities again. These weren't the same old club activities. It was called the Watanagashi 5 Demon Firefight, and it was one of the biggest events in the club. Kiechi, does this yukata still fit you? Can you try it on for a sec? Mum pulled out an old dusty yukata. Nah, I don't need a yukata. Those are embarrassing, so I'll just go in my normal clothes. But this is a festival, wear it, okay? Rena and the others said regular clothes are just fine. If I was the only one wearing a yukata, it'd be even more embarrassing. I put on the same old vest as usual. I'll be going with Rena and the others, so you don't need to worry about me. Is that so? I'll be going with Dad when he wakes up. Dad let out a loud snore from the sofa. From how it looks, he must have pulled an all-nighter last night. He just finished sending in his manuscript, so he might not wake up for a while. It seems my dad writes for art magazines sometimes too. I've never read it though. I wonder if my dad is a really famous artist. Since his own son is saying something like that, I can't imagine he's selling all that well. But he's able to feed a family of 3, and my life isn't exactly full of hardships. It could be that he's some master painter and I didn't know about it. Kiechi-kun, are you home? Uh-oh, it was already time. I didn't want them coming here, so I was planning on leaving early and waiting outside. Oh my, it's Rina-chan. Thank you for always looking after Kiechi. Ma'am, he's also been looking out for me. Oh, out for... Why are you blushing just for meeting my mum? Don't get all flustered. It really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Rena. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. My internet keeps dying for some reason. So, like... That's been annoying. But... And I was depressed this morning and stayed in bed until about 1 PM. And that was annoying. But I'm fine. Like, we had the hour-long talk at the beginning of the stream, which was really good. We've just been chilling. All my friends are here, so I get to talk to all you guys. I would say the internet's been good, but as we all know, it's been at like hour intervals that it's died so far. So, I'm knock on wood. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, we're just having some fun. We all have a happy Anna. That doesn't happen very often, as you all keep telling me, because I'm just a grumpy Brit. Don't get all flustered. It really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Rena. Since Rena would continue to space out if I left her here, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Friends. Watch it go out right out. Shut up, Akbar. Rena-chan, look after Kiechi for me. Oh, yes, ma'am. Even if it means I must sacrifice myself. Then why don't you do it right now? She waved back, even as I was dragging her away. I did knock on wood. My desk is solid fucking wood. Okay, Ki-chan. You hungry today? We'll take care of that at these stalls. You thought I'd let myself get full knowing the club activities will involve the stalls. Wouldn't have it any other way. Where are Rika-chan and Satoko? Are they already at the temple? Yep, Rika-chan's a festive committee member after all. Satoko-chan is probably with her as well. I see, alright. Let's make some noise today. Yeah! We were already in high spirits with just the three of us here. It was way more lively at the Furudu Shrine than the last time I came, far exceeding my expectations. Throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colourful paper lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. There sure are lots of people here. I can't believe they all live in Hinamizawa. I just say it really fast now and hope it sounds right. Everybody attends to Watanagashi. I think about half the villagers here. It's not just that. Municipals and youth councils from neighbouring cities and villages advertise this event as well. That's right. There aren't that many students at our school. Hey, Sean. But there's a lot of kids here today. It just doesn't feel like festivals unless there are kids running around after all. That's true, I agree. Hello and good evening. These two knew everyone we came across. Of course I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everyone yet. Oh, Rena-chan, thanks for the food you bought me a while back. My son loved it. He said it was delicious. It was nothing at all. I'm glad he liked it. Say hello to Kazumi-kan for me, please. Hey, if it isn't Sonozaki Uju-chan, I'm in charge of a stand again this year, so make sure you come visit. Pops, have you gotten fatter? You'll end up having a heart attack with a gut like that. Oh, this kid here is new. Are you one of her underclassmen? He's one of my members, an upcoming hopeful. If you cross him, he will crush your stand in one night. You've got little Missy seal of approval, I see. Hope you take it easy on me. As you can imagine, Mion was chatting away with the old guys running the stalls. Mi-chan is really energetic after all. She's really popular with the older men. I think Rena is pretty popular too, being cute and all. That was of course so long as her little condition didn't flare up, but as long as she was blushing eat quietly, she's pretty cute. Popular with some people, really? With some people. I evaded giving her a straight answer by roughly I know that word! Why can't I speak? The storekeepers came all the way from town. It's not really a festival without them after all, so we're gonna mess with them now. I don't care what kind of match it is. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. It was lovely. My dad did like spiced chicken breast, and we had little baked potatoes and veg. I'm having cheese puffs. Hear this? That's my tea. It's the rest of my cheese puffs. My puffy cheese. I'm healthy. Oh yes, here, I'll try too. Hey, you're very late. Now I'm talking with my mouth full, sorry. I should probably just eat a little bit and then start again. Ah! Might be grilling. Can I eating while reading stream went? Well, right now, apparently. Pay attention, kill him. You're all very late. It's unacceptable to keep a lady waiting, Kiechi-san. Where's my mouse? It's there. Oh, my bad. So, where is this lady I've kept waiting? What? Did you just say? Alright, so Taka was in top form as well. Seems she was all excited about being able to get everybody in the club together for the first time in a while. Whoa, Rika-chan, cute. Rina Lau, an elated sigh. It seemed that the real lady had made her appearance. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Kiechi as well. Whoa, looking good. You're looking sharp again this year. Cute. Gonna take you home. Rika-chan was wearing a Shrine Maiden outfit. Yep. Rina's little outburst was completely understandable. Rika-chan's clothes sure look like the real deal. Is that a real Shrine Maiden outfit? My grandmother made them by hand. They're quite authentic. Rika-chan has an important task to do at the end of the festival, so she's wearing this. I see. Rika-chan was on the executive committee because she performed all the Shrine Maiden rituals for the festival. My work is only during the finale of the festival, so I can still play for a while. But we cannot afford to waste any time. Let us begin. Alright. It felt good to wander around the festival with just the 5 of us. Mion called everyone over to the stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race. Everyone has to buy their own. Ready, go. As standard in vendor stalls, the takoyaki stand. What was especially standard for these kinds of events was the fact that they were simply balls of dough, takoyaki in name only. It burns. Burns! Are you okay, Kiechi-kun? Have some water. My, eating the scalding takoyaki whole is suicide. I guess the trick is to buy the ready-made ones that have been left there for a while. They really don't taste good. The stall next to it was the shaved ice stand. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but right then it didn't matter. Let's do shaved ice this time. It's a shaved ice eating race. Ready? Go. Shaved ice eating race? I can't. As long as you can melt it a bit with your body heat, then it's so cold. Not smart. This old man ordered it with plenty of syrup. It'll melt quickly when it's mixed up. Those stooges were too late. The moment they chose to tackle it head on was their downfall. Phew. Finished. Ki-chan is done? That was too fast. It couldn't be. Kiechi-kun, you didn't. I bought it from the goldfish tank behind you, did you? That can't taste very good. Next to that was another old favourite, a cotton candy stand. Why don't we do this one next? Of course, it's a speed eating contest. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? How? Why am I... Oh. I'm just sat here not moving my mouse and then it just sporadically disappears off the page. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? How? On Satoku's mark, me and Satoko and I all compressed the cotton candy with our bare hands. The time it took to stick this whole thing in our mouths, 3 seconds. I expected Satoko to figure it out, but I didn't think Ki-chan would too. I can't have you treating me like I'm a newbie forever, can I? It won't taste very good. Rika-chan was also crushed in between her hands and stuck it into her mouth. This is probably the only place in Japan where people eat cotton candy like this. I think only Rina's cotton candy was happy with how it was eaten, but it felt like we'd end up doing stuff like eat noodles for the news contest or human water pump up at the goldfish scoop at the rate things were going. This old man will probably still win too. I'm simply no match for Mion-san when it comes to eating repulsive things. Yeah, seriously. What's up with you guys? Are you telling me you don't want to have a Blue Hawaii topped yakisoba eating contest? Shake, shake. Both Satoko and I shook our heads in unison. Can we have a game that doesn't involve food this time, can we? Rina's proposal was a godsend. It was about time we played a different kind of game. It also seemed like neither Rina nor Rika-chan were any good at speed eating or gorging themselves. Okay, Rina, I'll let you pick the next game. Anything is fine. Well then, I'm going to be the judge. Find cute things in the festival grounds. You have 1 minute. Fine by me. I know exactly what Rina likes. Alright. I think I can win now. I can win with that. Ready, go. Oh? Why aren't Kiechi-kun and Rika-chan starting? Why not? Mion and Satoko dashed off madly, but Rika-chan and I calmly stayed right where we were. Could it be? You've already found it. The cute thing. We've already found it. Kiechi too. Yeah. What is it? What is it? I can't wait. Both Rika-chan and I stood motionless for those few moments before Mion and Satoko returned. This is probably the first time we've gone head to head like this. It will be the first. Rika-chan, you expect to win with that, huh? I am a member of this club as well. Win by any means is our society's third rule. Rika-chan sneered it to the best of her ability. You're on. Both Mion and Satoko come back, each with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Okay then, let's go in order. Let's start with the club president, Mi-chan. Too bad, you guys, I'm ending this now. This old man bought this. Where did she get those? They were old tin diamond-shaped signs. Pep curry, snake coral incense, and urinamen sea. How about this? That's very understated, a little too understated, Mion. I used to see those stuck up on barbed wire fences. They were more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain what part of that is cute? But there are puffs of smoke noisily shooting out of Rina's ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. I shall be up next. It is this. It was a hand-drawn poster from the Ladies' Society's roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. An I always have problems with this. Anthropomorphic roasted corn, drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Whoop! That was the sound of blood jetting out of Runa's nose. It seemed to have been rated higher than Mion's. He puts it on like, are you telling me about that? Takes notes. Noodles in mouth, not nose. I'm happy I'm not at school. I don't think I could deal with it. It would stress me out. Are you going to teach them not to eat noodles through their nose? I feel I could help you with that video, Cullum. Sorry, I'm eating some cheese puffs. I needed some cheese. The internet is an easy thing to blame. Humans have always had short attention spans. They blame books before the internet, movies, music. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no, I have to poop. Next will be saying video games cause violence. How dare they? It's obviously that Marilyn Manson that did it. Does anyone want to become famous? Got a link there. I probably wouldn't click it if I were you, but you can become famous. I can become famous. We can all become famous. That damn Mortal Kombat ruined gaming for everyone. I'm playing Pong for violence. No famous allowed. Aww. I've got to stay as a scrub forever. You need help, you're not cool. Oh, now. I've been called out now. We're going to end stream. I'm going to go because I'm not cool and I'm not famous. I feel bad. Rip me. Stream's over. Streaming life is over. No more streams. Now I'm quickly gonna run downstairs. I think I've got pork ribs in my fridge. I think. So I'm gonna quickly run down. I'm gonna see if I've got anything in my fridge that can cook because honestly, I'm not sure I've got anything to cook. I mean, this is a weird position, but I've got a lot of stuff in my fridge that I could cook, but it doesn't really make a meal. So I gotta sort that out when I get paid on Friday. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly go down and see if I've got the ribs, and then I'm gonna just cook the whole pack. Because I've had them, if I have them still, I've had them in there for like 2 months and never bothered to cook them. So if I just cook them all now and just have lots of ribs for my tea, I should be done. I will be back. The stream is not ending. If it ends, it's because the internet died, and I will be back, and I will restart the stream. Mods, just make sure you tell people that is what's probably happening. Kill I know you're joking. I love you, Kill I will be back. I will put it on the B-Rock back stream, because it does say I'm getting food because hunger. I'm banned! Fuck you, Akbar! Fuck you, mate. I'm gonna put a Coke in the fridge. I've only got 2 left. I might have had 3 and just knocked one on the floor. No, I don't think it was. Oh, no, I'm just knocking everything on the floor. I'll be back. Pan out from my own stream. It'd be more interesting without me, Killam. Akbar can take over. He'd do a better job. Did I say they were in the fridge? I meant they were in the freezer. They were in the freezer for months. I like the fact that Jeff tried to start a conversation and none of you answered him. How rude are you lot? Yeah, no, I meant freezer. They were in my freezer. They're frozen ones. I just answered. Yeah, I saw you answered when I said that. Let me just put my timer on. 35 minutes. I picked up the bag and I was like, there's going to be way too many of these to eat in one sitting. And then I realised they were just, there's not a lot of them. They're just big, so I have done them all. That's right, fictional. What will I have for my last meal? I would like a Toby Carvery. I quite like a Toby Carvery. But if not that, it would probably just be something boring like a pizza. Wait, what? What's a carvery? A carvery is basically a pick-your-own roast. So you go to a carvery, and they will, like, you can pick out a certain kinds of meat, and then you can fill up your plate with whatever, the vegetables you want and stuff like that. So it's like a buffet for a roast. A buffet, because I could eat anything. Who the hell was Dazabound? I don't even know who that is. Sean, to avoid dying, Sean would become a fat fuck. Confirmed. Akbar, have you done something? I mean, being fat isn't worse than dying. Oh, you messed up. I thought you'd, like, done something, and that's why Chris was sent to a different stream. So you can all see the game, yeah? You can all see the game still. Akbar hasn't fucked up the stream that much. Look in my DMs. Akbar, have you tried just leaving the stream completely and coming back? All the other mods are going to be like, what the fuck have you done, Akbar? I leave just to put the oven on, and Akbar manages to fuck everything up. God bless Akbar. Right, carrying on. It seems to have gotten rated higher than Meon's. I really didn't get it. It feels like your artistic sense is a little avant-garde by about 5 eons. Oh ho ho ho. Those were nothing but mass-produced signs after all. They had no chance against something hand-drawn. I couldn't even begin to follow the way those guys were thinking. Also, if you're having problems, talk to Sean. Sean might be able to help. Then I will be next. Next is Rika-chan, is it? What can you even do without anything? Did you and Satoko both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply... After moving back about 10 yards, she began waddling up to Rina, seeing that both Mion and Satoko gasped. Oh no. Too late. Rika-chan tripped over nothing and lay motionless after falling down. Rina hurried over to her. Rika-chan, are you alright? Alright? Rika-chan had a lump on her forehead and tears welled up in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out from her sleeves. This was the vital part. The palms of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She made just a single sound. Mew. Oh, cute. Going to take you home. I completely forgotten that. The play that I personally had to use. Rina's face went completely red, her head bobbing back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. Wow! Just carry on. You're acting like I care what your mod view looks like, Akbar. I have better mods than you. They're all here. Look at all the mods. Now, I don't know. I don't use mod view myself, so I don't know. I'm only a mod in Kelsey's stream, and I barely mod in there, so... I'd expect no less from her. Not a single element was overlooked. Lolly, Shrine Maiden, Brink of Crying, Mew. It was perfect. A simple trip transcended into pure mo. Now this is what you call art. Ki-chan has a pretty weird definition of art. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned to gaze to me with a daunting smile as she was caressed by Rina, who was in full cute mode. Now, Kiechi, can you beat me? That cold smile was frightening, Rika-chan. It must just be my imagination, but I see a demon inside us sometimes. Ki-chan seems to have his own plan of attack. I wonder what he's going to show her. I also wish to observe the play Kiechi-san will make. Could it be? Is Kiechi also going to give a performance? I basked in the pointed stares. I pulled Rina, who gave no sign of cancelling out of cute mode, away from Rika-chan. Oh, cute thing. Kiechi-kun, let go. I'll show you something even cuter, so just hold on for now. Huh? Oh, there's something even cuter? But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. Rina looked very surprised as I pulled her behind the shrine. I cannot fathom what Kiechi-san could possibly be planning. This is Ki-chan after all. No, it couldn't be. Keep on fighting, yeah. After a bit, I returned. And a bit after that, so did Rina, dragging her feet. There's no way that scoundrel Ki-chan did something so innocent to innocent little Rina. Mion and Satoko passed by me, heading straight to Rina. But what exactly did he do to you? For a moment, Rina was too dazed to realise someone was talking to her. Oh, it's me-chan. Hi. Rina? Are you alright? Did Ki-chan do anything to you? No, he didn't do anything strange to me. How? This is quite severe. Exactly what did Kiechi-san show you? It was so cute. Cute? What did he show you, Rina? Rina let out a really long hiao. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Cute, so cute. It was Kie-chan's... Wait, what? That went before I could even see. What? In the blink of an eye, Mion and Satoko's elbow smashed into my face. Huh? What? She's showing Rina something so dirty. You sick pervert. I shall have you beaten to oblivion. Well, wait, you've got it all wrong. A dark billowing aura flowed from Mion and Satoko. It was no good. They're gonna kill me. Mi-chan, I'm not sure what's going on, but you've got it all wrong. You see, Kiechi-kun had... It's a fur seal keychain. Rika-chan stuck her hand into my pocket and pulled out my keychain. Eh? He said he made it long ago for one of his summer school assignments. He said he doesn't show it to others often because it's embarrassing. Yeah, so small and cute. He tried his best to make it. It's so wonderful. Oh, this old man thought you meant it was Kiechi's cute little fur seal. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I expect no less from Mion-san. You misconstrued things in the wildest ways. They slung insults at each other and looked like they were ready to tear into each other at any second. I beg of you, if I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? We were interrupted by the flash of a camera. Hey guys, you all seem energetic as usual. It was Tomitaki-san. As I lay crumpled on the ground, Mion and Satoko continued to bicker above me. Rika-chan was patting me on the head and Rina was still in cute mode. It was probably quite a lively scene. It's a fine evening indeed, although it's rather poor etiquette to photograph a lady without her permission. That's right, at least you don't really need Satoko's permission. Ha! Satoko dug her heel into me. Good evening. You're heading back tomorrow, aren't you? Were you able to take lots of good photos? Thanks to you, I got plenty of good shots. Tonight's the last we see old Tomitaki-san, Sama, isn't it? It's such a shame. Hurry up and have your major breakout soon. You're just as rude as ever, aren't you? I really am sad I won't be able to hear that voice of yours for almost half a year. Be sure to have as much fun as you can tonight. You'll be back in Tokyo tomorrow after all. That's true. It will be another 6 months until I can enjoy another night where I can see the stars. Tomitaki-san looked up at the night sky cheerfully. At that moment, even though he was smiling, I sensed a bit of sadness. Why don't you move here, Tomitaki-san? In Hinamazawa? Tomitaki-san was speechless. It's not very convenient here. No shops or recreational spots. There might not be anything really here, but you know, everyone knew what I was trying to say. Tomitaki-san was also well aware. So Rina, Mion, Satoko and Rika-chan. None of them butted in. I've only been here for less than a month, so I don't really know everything about it. Normally I'm a really talkative guy, but in situations like this I'm at a loss for words. Even though this was happening in such a boisterous setting, it felt like all the background noise was fading into the distance. This place is probably... Tomitaki-san rested his hand on me gently. I am struggling to read some of this. See you later, Chris. Well done, Akbar. Poor etiquette, now perhaps stalking. Tomitaki-san rested his hand on me gently, silencing me. Thank you. Kiechi-kun, Mion-chan and Rina-chan, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Tomitaki-san's smile was so slight it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was warm. I also think it would be great if I could live here. Those might have been cruel words coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed themselves. Akbar, we're proud of you. A hand touched my back. It was Rina. Kiechi-kun, you shouldn't pick on adults. It's not nice. The background clamour of the festival returned. We won't be seeing him for a while after all. We need to make sure Tomitaki-san also enjoys tonight. When Rina smiled, the mood instantly got brighter. That's true. I think I'll do just that. Hey Mi-chan. How about it? Can we let Tomitaki-san in our club activities? That's a great idea. Or so I thought, but Mion had a snobberous look on her face. One of the requirements for membership is residence in Hinamazawa, you see? Come on, Mi-chan, just for today. Don't be mean. Well, he does come around often every year. I'll make him an honorary citizen. Whoa, yay! Now then, I wonder if this aged fellow, well past his prime, will be a match for me. Let's have him show us the wisdom of a mature adult. Heh, can you keep up with us, young'uns? Tomitaki-san stepped back slightly at our audacious grins. I, Mion Sunazaki, club president, do hereby authorize honorary citizen Tomitaki's entry into our club. Her words were quickly drowned out by our cheers. Well, what do you mean by club? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities with various rules. Sometimes they are in your favour, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I prefer you not single me out. Let's try to get along. If you wish to mock our childish games, then this will be a perfect opportunity. We'll leave you with nothing. We won't even leave the hairs on your butt. So, it's a club where we play games together. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made sense. Alright, just what I wanted. I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't be too rough on me, my mentors. Tomitaki-san got rolled up and did a victory pose like he was 10 years younger. That's perfect. Not at all weird that a random adult was now playing along with kids. We continued walking through the festival with me in the front. Now we looked like a family of 6. It had some intensity to it. Same rules as always. The loser will of course be subject to a penalty. Tomitaki-san was a bit surprised, but to us it was just the same as usual. Regardless of how terrible a penalty it was. Just don't lose. Rita was also brimming with determination. She didn't have an intention of losing. That's true. I tousled Rina's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. I see. This is what it means to feel like a kid again. Tomitaki-san whispered that to nobody in particular. At that moment, we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized it was the man Mion had greeted right before the festival. You're here. Little Miss Sonozaki. Seems you brought quite the crowd. We came to eradicate your entire store. His store was a shooting gallery. It was the usual setup where you had to knock down the prize you wanted with a cork gun. The rules are simple. 3 shots, the winner is whoever gets the biggest prize. Everybody shouted their agreement. There was no need to consider how to win, since the condition for victory was simply size. The biggest prize at the store, it went without question. It was that one, wasn't it? Whoa, that teddy bear, cute. Someone please time out Akbar 360. He's posting links and stuff in my chat. Very obviously a spammer. Get rid of him, please. Rita was gazing longingly at the large stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed on an unsteady platform so it was possible to get it if you hit the right spot. It's magnificently set up to make someone think that. Not bad, Kiechi-san. I figured you would see through the scam instantly. The most logical course of action would be to aim for some candy or a doll. The intent analysis had already begun. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what plan you can come up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd had gathered around us, making a big fuss. There was this much of a following for our club's infamous event. I guess now there is a virus. Wow, Akbar, wow. No, this is still the first chapter. I haven't got the second chapter, Cherry. I've only got the first chapter. I'm happy you tried fictional. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it. Akbar. Timeout number 35. You can tell Akbar is a bot because the username ends in a number. See you later, Jeff. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks for trying to make my chat talk when they go quiet. Everyone ignored you. I get a little lost between doing my arts and calc. Yeah, no, this is still chapter 1. I only have chapter 1 and it's going on forever. And nothing creepy has happened yet. Or it did. Like, one little bit happened. I should link your... I was aware you wouldn't be linking anything bad, Akbar. I was joking. It was a yoke, Akbar. A yoke. Knocking that bear down sure is a win. Only 3 shots. To use them all just trying, that'd be rough. Hey, I have other customers waiting, you know. Who's up first? The first one has the advantage of being able to aim for the easier prizes, but it's dangerous to compete without knowing the gun's quirks. Tomitakison's take on the situation was pretty good. He gets what our club is about. Well then, to be fair, how about using rock, paper, scissors to decide? How about it? That's really the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. After a couple of matches, it ended with me on being first. I didn't want to end up first. Ah well, I'll just think of it as a handicap. Gramps, gun, here you go. Akbar. Akbar is an Xbox 360. The green hair one has bigger boobs in this game than she does in the anime. Oh my god. Are we being kinky in chat without you? No. Never. When the shooting range guy handed her a rifle, Mion looked it over intently. She didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Okay, this gun is brand new, isn't it? No faults, not bad. Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from a careful inspection. She was shooting from the hip. Fire. Reload. Fire. Reload. Fire. Flop. Flop, flop. 3 candy boxes fell, one after the other. A big haul. The crowd paused in a moment of awe and then erupted in cheers. Whoa, awesome. That was quite good. Tomitaki-san was at a loss for words after seeing such shooting prowess. Amazing, Mi-chan. 3. Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone after were fairly large and pretty easy to knock over. They were all targets with very high return on investment. Who's up next? Satoko. Careful, the bullets are light. Next was Satoko. The rifle looked a bit big for her lithe body, but it didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. Of course, I shall aim for the grand prize. She proclaimed that she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Satoko, such a bold move. The moment she knocks it over, she's guaranteed to be first. Good luck, Satoko-chan. Satoko was the opposite of Mion. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. Bah, these bullets are too light. The first 2 bullets struck the bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. You need to aim higher towards the head or it won't work. Satoko's 3rd bullet wasn't aimed at the bear, but the candy box below its arm. I hate to say it, but it appears the bear is just too much for me. She went boldly after the big catch, but since she switched over to less impressive prey, at the last second the crowd only gave a strained laugh. Were they laughing, but she lacked courage? These fools know nothing. A fine attempt, Satoko. You've gotten better. The palm of Mion's outstretched hand went pump as it tapped down lightly on Satoko. She appeared to just be talking hot air, but this was actually completely calculated. I saw innocent angels. Oh, goodness. Oh. Why is that gone into a text thing? Stop, game, please. Stop. We're all innocent angels, right? Oh, I've just seen Fictionals redeemed the PG stream thing. So I can't swear now for 10 minutes. So it'll be 25 past. Everyone's got to be well behaved, but I'm not allowed to swear. Unless it's in game. I can't help it in game. I invented an excuse to get her back. PG stream doesn't specify no spam. I'll click on it. She went through a really weird way to get the Rickroll. I can do that. 10 minutes, not hard. Literally, it'll be when my food is done. Where was I? There. Damn that Satoko. Just to avoid being in last place, she dared to switch over to an easy target. Without shame or honor. Magnificent. I'll allow you to take the bear, Rina-san. I pray for your victory. Okay. Thanks so much, Satoko-chan. Oh, Bear-san, so cute. Rina was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as regular Rina, but she said that bear was cute. I wonder how Rina-chan will do. I hope she's able to hit at least one. You're underestimating Rina Tomitaki-san. Now I can't even say his name. Tomitaki-san. Heh. It's Rina, you know? It's Rina Ryugu, you know? If it was to get that teddy bear, whoa. Tomitaki-san wheeled around to see what all the commotion expected it was making was about. If it was to get that bear, she'd be able to shoot through a pinhole. The one known as Rina Ryugu could do it. It's shaking, you're so cute. Rina couldn't hide her excitement over the bear slow rocking. Now Rina couldn't lose. Not bad, Rina-san. The less collected you become, the stronger you get. Whoa! Another big cheer. Rina's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble more than before. But it might not be possible. You never know. With Rina-chan's skill, it might be. Well, Tomitaki-san was just as excited as the crowd. Rika-chan's analysis were not swayed by emotion. If Rina had 10 more shots, then she could surely knock it over. But with just one more, no matter how you looked at it, no go. Ow! The crowd let out a dejected groan. She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It was a bit late, but it gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. Oh, Bear-san, take him home. Oh. She should be praised for her valor, but she had no trophies to show for it. Then at that moment, the old man flipped one of the candy boxes with his finger and handed it to Rina. This is for you, young lady. Huh? You're giving this to me? How? The gods wouldn't forgive me if I let you go home empty-handed after such a display. There was another shower of applause. Rina turned bright red and I pulled her back over to us by her hand. You did a good job. Your cute mode really surprised me. How I really wanted Mr. Bear. Wah. It was easy to see that it only needed a little more to be knocked over. Rina had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. Alright, then I'll get it and give it to you. What? Tomitaki-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Okay. Please, Tomitaki-san. Good luck. Damn you, old man Tomitaki. Stealing the good parts for yourself. A small hand stretched over and fell gently on my head just before I was overcome with frustration. You keep on fighting too, Kiechi, okay? Tomitaki-san carefully studied the bear. Setting his sights, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other 2 shots in his hand. Why is he doing that? Yes, no doubt. Tomitaki-san is aiming for... Plop. 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 The time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking, so Tomitaki-san was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. It was visibly wobbling much more than it ever had before, but that was all. It still didn't fall over. Oh, it's too bad. All of Rina's momentary expectation from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. I really thought it would work. Oh ho ho, it seems that since you're a man, you will not be receiving any candy. That was it. It meant Tomitaki-san had no spoils of war. So both Ki-chan and Rika-chan can just shoot down a small easy prize and avoid being dead last. Avoid being the loser, huh? Oh, sorry about that. It's your turn next, Kiechi-kun. Best of luck. I was the 5th shooter. I took the rifle from Tomitaki-san. If I took the ruthless route, as Mion had suggested, then I'd go for a small target, except when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feeling from it. It was burning passion, passed down to me by Tomitaki-san. The regret of not being a man enough to fell the bear that Rina had wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man. After all, that was my promise to Rina. Huh? Huh? What promise? What? To shoot down that bear, then give it to Rina, that one. You mean how? The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. Whoa, cool, Oni-chan. You got balls, man. No, that's not it. Fine men of the crowd. If I didn't do this, then Rina might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? Kiechi-san surely talks the talk, but how do you actually intend to bring down the bear? Rina and Tomitaki-san's shots didn't make it tilt a bit, but I think finishing the job would be difficult. Kiechi-kun, if only there was some way to shoot faster, I'd be able to palm more power and sway from each hit. Good luck, Kiechi-kun. After taking 2 deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy, 2 more rifles, huh? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. I wonder what Kiechi-san is up to. One person can't handle 3 rifles at once. I get it. Nice thinking, Ki-chan. Mion was able to figure out magnificently. Basically, what was taking the most time was reloading the shot. That's right. Then by putting 3 preloaded rifles next to each other, Tomitaki-san went silent, peering at me and the bear through his lens. His photograph's blood predicted a miracle would occur, and then the crowd finally picked up what I was planning. They let out a great cheer. They chanted my name, Kiechi. Rapid fire is the key. If I miss, all is for naught. Phew. After letting out a deep breath, I paused. Relax. Now. In that moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. I felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets, hit it, and knock it down. The first shot hit the bear on its head. The second, the third, the bear swayed hard, and then... Whoa, yeah! Oh, the cheers began before the stuffed animal even finished falling off the shelf. The guy caught it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. You actually knocked it over. You got me. Amazing. Congratulations, Kiechi-kun. Kiechi-san has finally learned how to use his head. I see you in a slightly better light now. I didn't do it all by myself. Everyone hit it, and those small bits together brought it down. This trophy belongs to all of us. Right, this is from all of us working together. Me didn't hit it a single time. After holding up the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy, I handed it to Rina. Here, this is from me, no, from everyone. Thanks for always making your delicious lunches. Rina, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. I can't, Kiechi-kun. This is everyone's after all. In that case, I was the one who knocked it down, and it's mine. It's mine, so I'm giving it to Rina. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. This time, she embraced and accepted it. You've watched out for me ever since I moved here, after all. I'm really grateful to you, see. Thanks a lot. Oh, Kiechi-kun. Thanks so much. Rina dove at me. If I ever come to the US, I want to meet you. Do I want to meet Akbar? Someone make a poll. Do I want to meet Akbar? Is meeting Akbar something I want to do if I ever go to America? Gonna meet everyone. Bring Sean with you. And Higurashi and Paul McCartney and Big Ben. And the Queen. You know what? Just bring the whole of England. You're alright, Akbar. I can do that. Mion told me a few days later that Rina kissed me, but I didn't realise it during all the excitement at the time. I remember what I was trying to say to Tomitaki-san earlier. There really isn't much of anything here, but there are lots of things you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot from coming to Hinamizawa, especially at that moment. The crowd's cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up in the front of the shrine, drums sounded with a booming echo. It was the finale of the festival. I'll be going off ahead then. Uh-oh. I need to go and get myself a good spot too. Well then everyone, see you in a bit. Both Rika-chan and Tomitaki-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. I wish both of you the best in your endeavours. Now, shall we be off? Yeah, might as well go see Rika-chan's charming figure. Let's go. Yeah, huh? Where's Rina? Well, what are you doing? Kakechi-kun, Mi-chan, save me. Since she was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal, she was being carried by the flow of people. What is she doing? She must have her hands full taking care of that bear. So I'll leave Rina in your care, Ki-chan. My hands full taking care of Satoko. Well, I have my hands full. You Texas growth. You weren't here earlier, Moose. Moose? Punky, not Moose. Jesus Christ. That was 10 minutes, by the way. You know, I know, and you know. Nice poll. Nice poll. I've got to go and get my food quickly. But yeah, earlier on I said, if I ever get Twitch famous and can make a living off of my Twitch stream, then I'm going to move to Texas to be close to you and Moose. A Texas command. Texas command. I took it back afterwards, Gracie, and said I couldn't do the heat. I did. People will say I took it back, and then Moose was like, no, we'll keep the house cold. Idaho's better, you get all 4 seasons. That wins me over, that wins me over. Give me a second, guys. I won't put up the BRB screen. Just entertain yourselves, tell a story, do something. Or you hang out and just be crazy when I go and get food. Hello. I had unmuted, but I'd knocked the wire out of my microphone. That's a smart thing that I did. My microphone is now working. Anna's being rude. Wow, Akbar. That's what happened when you stick a plate on your desk, by the way. That's one hell of a command. Everyone's just taking all the hate away from Akbar. I didn't take away hate. I think Gracie took away hate. I took away hate too the second time. We're gonna be late. Let's hurry. Yeah. I hadn't realised Rina's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. Hate to electric boogaloo. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, "Keep it together, Kiechi Mabara," in my mind, but it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Rina to see my face right then, so I pushed onwards, dragging along without looking back even once. There was already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it as bright as midday and just as hot. There was a pile of futons warded with sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say it was a festival where they did something with a cotton and futons. Kiechi-san, Rina-san, we're over here. Satoko waved a hand from the front row. Sorry. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they'd saved. Have a good nap, Punky. What the hell kind of command would potato be? I don't want to know, actually. Don't tell me. How was it? Were you able to have a little bit of excitement with Rina? You punk. So that's what your plan was. Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. How was it, Rina? Was Ki-chan's hand bigger than you thought it would be? Ha ha. Oh. Rina turned bright red, puffs of steam streaming out of her. I heard something slice through the air and turned around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. Mion, when were you hit? Between the hat and the O of her hell, I think. Rina, it's not good to punch your friends to hide your embarrassment. I didn't hit her. Whatever. Thump. The thunderous beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd. You must all be quiet. It's beginning. It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered, dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the municipal committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was a flash from Tomotakason's camera. What's the big thing Rika-chan is holding? A hoe that's used for this festival. It's a sacred farming tool that only the shrine maiden may touch. It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting the Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached the pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, ploughing it into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was a ritual. What's next? Airing out futons. She's purifying futons that absorbed illnesses from people over the winter. So when Ki-chan said airing out futons, he was completely wrong. Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hole was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending his support. Worried? Rika practiced every single day with a mochi hammer. She will certainly prevail. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath. Why wasn't Mion a candidate to be the Shrine Maiden? It feels wrong having Rika-chan swing around something so heavy. I'd do it if they asked me, you know. And, well, it's not something just anyone can do. That's true. Shrine Maidens need to be pure after all. Gah. It's a nice one. I like that one, Akbar. You did something good. Mion drove her elbow into my side. With the thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priests had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priests, we all marched on at a moderate pace. They descended the shrine's giant stairs in a line. What's happening now? Washing the futons in the river. Ahaha, what's nagashi means setting cotton adrift, you know. The procession continued right up the bank of the stream. A fire was stoked high, and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamouring. Alright, get in line. Kiechi-kun. I wondered what was up. Maybe we'd get some holy wine. Red and white bean buttons. Ahahaha. It's not good. It's not food. I said it was cotton. But of course. They didn't call it the Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The municipal committee members pulled out the cotton from inside the futons and boiled it up like mochi, handing it out to people. Rina drove it into the line and brought out some for me as well. We then proceeded to the bank of the stream. Since it's your first time, Kiechi-kun, just copy what I do. She held the cotton in her right hand and, waving her hand as if to purify it, she touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. You do this 3 times and silently give thanks to Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama, what's that? The name of the shrine's god? Yes, it's the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. It brings about both miracles and curses. So you must be sure to show respect. That sounded like a pretty frightening god. But, well, when in Rome, I was officially a resident of Hinamizawa now, after all. Doing as Rina showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama. I don't get as many spots as Jeff, because Jeff pays for it. If you want me to pay for spots on BTTV, you'll have to pay me to do that. I don't have money like Jeff does. Well, no, like, it has them on there, but they're mine. So you get 15 of your own emotes, and then you get 15 shared emotes. I have 15 of my own, I have 4 emotes up on my own, which is Mad, Dab, and Hello. But I've got 14 out of the 15 shared emotes. And it's $4.99 a month to do the shared emotes. So if someone wants to pay for it, go ahead. But I'm not paying for that, because I don't earn enough to pay for that. Just to have more emotes. This way, all the evil that possesses you is sucked up by the cotton. Then you let it gently drift away on the stream, and you're done. Together, Rena and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers of cotton blooming in the water had sucked out all the evil festering in Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was a wonderful, like floating lantern festivals I'd seen on TV. The best part, though, was feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Rena. I wasn't very lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live, my home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomotaki-san's. I headed towards it. How did it go, Tomotaki-san? Were you able to get some good shots? Yeah, fortunately. Tomotaki-san was with a girl. I felt a little like I was intruding. How was it, Kiechi-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. What was her name? Well, it was fun. My face must have given away how desperately I was trying to remember her name, because she gave a light-hearted chuckle. It's probably because it hasn't been long since you moved here. It is pretty hard to believe, seeing how friendly you've gotten with the other kids. If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Rena and Mion. Perhaps you feel more like a resident of Hinamizawa after taking part in the festival today. I wonder about that. Well, that's not like you. I had tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there were still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I'd met, for example. That had happened in the past as well. Yeah, the girl's pretty. I like the girl. This is when she turns out to be the killer, and she kills everyone. Oh, you're feeling left out because of something like that. It's not so much as feeling left out. It's just I'm not sure how to say it. The incident at the damned construction site, the fighting over it, and other conflicts. That terrible incident they pretended they didn't even know about whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both the good and bad that had happened here. If it will put you at ease, then I'll tell you everything I know. Tomotaki-san's smile made me more relieved than I'd ever been. It was hard to think of what to ask when someone said, "Ask me anything," though. Even when there was so much I wanted to ask. Then could you tell me about what happened when the dam was being constructed? There was a big incident where Hinamizawa was going to be submerged, right? I think the locals would be more knowledgeable about the dam than I am. Well, if you don't mind, I'll tell you what I know. It's only what I read in the newspaper, though. Tomotaki-san's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory, then he spoke. The decision to start the dam project was finalized 7 or 8 years ago. I heard it was the next major project after Kurobi. There were 3 major issues in Japan at that time: improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the high demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, so was singled out. The dam reservoir would have covered quite a lot of ground when it was completed. The entire area, right up to Higurashi, way upstream, would be underwater. But why did they have to pick a populated area like Hinamizawa? Couldn't they have instead picked a place where nobody lived? I'm not really sure why, but I heard that it was just the right terrain for building a dam. Of course, there are protests here in Hinamizawa. Rika-chan had said there was a battle. From that choice of words, I had to guess things had turned violent. You sent a funny picture. Nice, Punky, nice. Poor Scribble. There was a trial, and it was even brought up before the national diet. It was covered in the Tokyo newspaper too. Mion had told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. He is a cute boy. As a result, bribery and scandals were brought to light. As things got more and more complicated, they eventually halted construction. If I wanted to know how this happened, if I wanted to know, now was my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. Boys my age. I felt a little shame for the fact I was petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Rena and Mion's refusal to talk about the event, but I figured I might as well ask when I had the chance, just so I would stop thinking about it so much. Welcome back, Chris. So, there was a dismemberment, right? There was. I happened to be here in Hinamizawa at the time, so I remember it well. Tomotaki-san's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitantly forced-out question. It was about this time 4 years ago. It was the day of the Watanagashi, if I recall correctly. Oh, the music's changed. Debate on whether to continue construction of the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in a victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces and each hid one. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but one was still on the run. The right arm he'd hidden had yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I'd read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it wasn't so terrible that Rena and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression of Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried so much about me, as well as ashamed for still being so interested in it. It was near the end of all the trouble with the dam, you see, so everyone was saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that held the festival today, if I recall correctly. I see. The guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa. Apparently the younger ones didn't think so, but it seems the elderly in the village never doubted that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman with Tomotaki-san said with a mischievous chuckle. Tomotaki-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious, I ended up laughing as well. But I wonder about now. There are quite a few, I think, amongst the youths too. A few what? People who believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expression turned stern. Then after that, it continued every year, always around this time. Continued? What continued? Tomotaki-san paused for a second, as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me, as if someone might have been listening. Every year, on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody dies. The year following the dismemberment, on the day of the Watanagashi, a man from Hinamizawa, who had supported the dam, fell off a cliff overlooking some rapids and died while he was on vacation. Unfortunately for his wife, the body was never recovered. He supported the dam construction even though he lived in Hinamizawa. At the time, there was whispers amongst the elderly saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman chuckled mischievously again. Then the next year, the night of the Watanagashi, the shrine's Shinto priest died suddenly from an unknown illness. His wife drowned herself in the bog that night. The shrine's Shinto priest? You mean he was from the shrine here? The woman nodded. There was a rumour amongst the villagers that they weren't able to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Then a year after that, again on the night of the Watanagashi, they discovered the battered body of a local housewife. Housewife? Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam or had connections with Oyashiro-sama. With that in mind, could the housewife have been involved in some way too? Exactly. The woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. One of the victim's relatives, you see, was connected to the younger brother of the dam supporter who fell to his death 2 years before. The younger brother is still alive, it seems. But it did bother him quite a bit, so he moved to the neighbouring town. For a while I stood there with my mouth agape, the battle of the dam construction with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murder at the centre of it all. That was all I knew, and that was all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illness, suicide, fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses, but the freakish deaths happened every year on the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as a coincidence by themselves, but when you put them all together, dismissing all of them as a coincidence would then defy logic. I don't believe in curses, but every single year on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen without fail. The woman chuckled again, as if she picked up on what I was thinking. It felt like she was saying, maybe there was, maybe we frightened him, stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being read so easily. I pressed Tomitaki-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my voice. Pi can help, sir. I thought for a minute Tom had appeared. I was going to say Tom won't fucking help you. Then, so someone died the next year, right? Who was it that time? I wonder, who do you think Kiichi-kun? The hell? The way he said it didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off. Don't avoid the question. I'm serious here. Hey, calm down, Kiichi-kun. Well, Tom definitely can't help you. I saw Pi. Tom is Pi is evil. And the likelihood he ever helps anyone in this world is very small. Extremely small. He's an ass. But we love him. What did you make a list? What have you emailed me? Why have I got Akbar in my emails? Oh, you're making a list of games I completed. Oh, nice, Akbar. Sean, the only person that's allowed to misname me constantly is Akbar. Get it right, bitch. Jeez. I realised when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking. We aren't trying to avoid the question, Kiichi-kun. It's just, when you say the next year, that's... this year. That's today. When she hesitated to say it, Tomitaki-san finished for her. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction this was headed. Nobody wants to speak of it, but they all think it's going to happen again tonight. The festival is so cheerful, though. Yeah, get it right, bitch. Well, the victim last year, the housewife, she was a non-believer. It turns out she didn't even attend the Watanagashi festival. There was a rumor going around that if you didn't participate in the festival, you would incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. Didn't you hear anything about this, Kiichi-kun? I never even heard a whisper of that rumor. And then the reason everyone was at the festival was they were afraid of the curse. I figured that must have been the reason. There were a lot of more people at the Watanagashi than usual. I guess everyone was just afraid after all of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I couldn't utter a single word. In this modern age, where we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light on the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white televisions have been eradicated and we sent men to the moon, even with all of our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society. Tons of invitations were sent out to neighbouring towns' youth groups to help pad the numbers, but after the string of events, few decided to join. The municipal committee members were complaining about how hard it was to gather participants. Also, the police were treating each case as isolated. They don't believe they're connected. They're trying to keep it quiet, so it's all plainclothes officers. It finally began to draw on me why Rina and Mion were reluctant to talk. If nothing happened during this Watanagashi, everything would have been over with, and I'd be none the wiser. If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would all end up being just crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning, and then he wouldn't have had to act like nothing happened, and we would have all gotten back to life as usual. Maybe it was just too much for him after all. The woman ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. No, it wasn't. Not at all. I had tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomitaki-san appeared to regret saying anything. Letting out a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. Keiichi-kun, surely you don't believe in such things as curses? Well, no. If the cause of all of the crimes were unknown, with the perpetrators and their methods all mysteries, then I would think it's a work of a curse. But that's not how things are in reality. The police are investigating the evidence and suspects to uncover the truth. Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse. The first one, the dismemberment, for example. I told you, didn't I? All but one of the perpetrators were arrested. It's only a matter of time for the last one. The motive turned out to have been an argument they had while intoxicated. That's no curse. Don't you agree? This was true. If it didn't happen on the day of the Watanagashi, then I wouldn't think it was related to the curse at all. This is a really important pull. Is Sean a female dog used for breeding? Wow! That's one hell of a poll. The accidental death of the man who supported the dam is the same. He was in the position that made others hate him. The police made a point of investigating from that angle. They concluded it was an accident, not foul play. But they both happened on the day of the festival, right? Ha ha ha. Just think about it, Keiichi-kun. Do you think people with a lot of enemies here in Hinamizawa would participate easily in a local festival? It would be especially hard for them to be around during the Watanagashi, so they probably left Hinamizawa intentionally around this time of year to travel, don't you think? It wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitaki-san was getting at. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Then Tomitaki-san, what about the priest who died after that? The one with the unknown illness? That also happened on the day of the festival. It's even easier to explain what happened to the Shinto priest. The Watanagashi is a really big event that happens once a year. It was probably from all the built-up stress, or it may have been because of a pre-existing condition. But it was an unknown illness. It's hard to believe something with an unknown cause could exist with all our advances in medicine. It's just an exaggeration. Rumours making rumours. Anyone would get worked up over having incidents happen 2 years in a row. The sudden death is quite unnatural, though. Of course, the police ordered an autopsy because of the strange way he died, but there wasn't enough for them to open a full investigation, you know? Turns out it was just a sudden death due to illness. The priest's wife committed suicide, correct? What about that? I believe I already explained that. Everyone was shaken up by the incidents happening for a third year. Those who are of strong faith were quick to believe it was the work of a curse. Of course, that included the priest's wife. Apparently they found a suicide note that said something like, "My death will call Oyashiro-sama's anger." Well then, how about the next incident with the housewife? That happened on the day of the Watanagashi too. The perpetrator has already been caught and the case has been closed. Turns out it was just some nutjob trying to continue the legacy of the Hinamizawa curse. Then, how about the incident the next year? Oh yeah, this year's the next year. Tomitaki-san gave a hearty laugh. Nothing will happen, not this year. There was never a curse to begin with. It's just that a group of people believed it was the explanation for a string of coincidences. When does Akbar ever get anything right? My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit embarrassed by how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I can see very clearly now that Keiichi-kun really does love Hinamizawa, even if Oyashiro-sama's curse actually did exist. Keiichi-kun couldn't bring himself to believe that such a thing existed. I felt very relieved. I should probably just forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rena and Mion tomorrow with the same smile as always. They'd probably also like tonight to end without incident, so they can continue on tomorrow without having worried me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening in stretched as she got up from the rock she was sitting on. Well then, I should be getting back. goodness, I think I may have gone on a bit too long. There were so few people compared to the crowd from before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed to be talk for the better part of an hour. Didn't you come along with your friends, Kiechi-kun? Not going to look for them? Oh, yeah. They might all be looking for me. Heh heh heh. You're quite the scoundrel making the girls look for you. See you, Kiechi-kun. Have a nice night. You too, Jiro-san. I'll see you a bit later. Tomitaki-san seemed to be quite the scoundrel himself, so his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Kiechi-kun, so sorry. In her place, Rina come running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil. My bad, Ki-chan. We got so caught up in our discussion, I'd completely forgotten about them or caught up in my own conversations, so we were even. My, so Tomitaki-san was with you. This works out perfectly. We still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. That's right. So I guess I'm going to end up dead last. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all 3 shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitaki-san. However, she did her little mewing cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Come to think of it, Rika-chan is quite the trickster. I have no idea what Ki-chan is talking about. Now then, it's decided that Tomitaki-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitaki-san smiled rarely, slightly bewildered. So, Tomitaki-san, are you ready? Penalty time. Huh? Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're too naive, Tomitaki-san. This is why our club can never lose. Mion pulled a felt-tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that. Show him some mercy, Mion. At least use a washable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. Aha, it just has to be permanent. It comes off when you do the laundry anyway. Whoa, what is this? Please, take it easy on me. All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with the mark in one hand. And squip, squip, squip. But she didn't write on Tomitaki-chan's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You better have your big break this year, Mion. Rina took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay, Rina? It was a little heartwarming, and I just had to laugh. Haha, this is more like a farewell card than a penalty. Ho ho ho, I'm not as soft as the rest. I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Haha, dead last, Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika. Here you go, Kiechi-san. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Kiechi. How old are we? That's like so childish. Oh my god, you guys gone crazy in the chat. I have no idea what's going on. You know what? I don't want to know what you guys are talking about in the chat. I feel like asking what you guys are talking about is not going to make me happy. Tomitaki-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. So, I have to wear this all the way back to Tokyo as part of the penalty. Of course, you better wear it all the way home. Haha, you could wear it when you come back. It would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with a wealth of other emotions made him turn bright red.
I removed Chris's uterus.
Well, that was a bit donation, Akbar. That's something. Understood. I'll wear this the next time I come here, I promise. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tomitaki-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomitaki-san noticed her too, and I knew it was time to leave. Annie, you were right. That probably didn't make you happy. I'm just confused. Seems like your guest is waiting. Isn't it about time? Yeah, that certainly is how it seems. Haha. Tomotaki-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tomotaki-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. It was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we take off too. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members since they were having a meeting. Satoka was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. The walk back was quite lively, with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Rina and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house, and I parted ways with Rina as well. It's already pretty late. Are you alright by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm going to run too. If you run into some weirdos, just yell. If someone does come, will you come and save me? Maybe. If I hear you. Oh, okay. I'll scream loud enough so you can hear me. How is she going to run with that giant fucking teddy bear? Mary spinning her arms around at high speed, Rina dashed off. She's just not got the teddy bear. She was fine. In that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Rina's cheerful presence disappeared and it finally became quiet again. The curse that not a single person even whispered about. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. Is she gonna die? Sean thinks he's Lewis Hamilton. Sean knows better than to think he's Lewis Hamilton. Anyway, I think she's a murderer more than she's going to get murdered. She's terrifying. It didn't show any of their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up just being crazy talk. Nothing will happen, nothing bad, nothing at all. What's wrong, Keiichi? Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside, you'll catch a cold. It was my mum. Did you go, Mum, to the Higurashi festival? In the end, your father didn't wake up, so I missed it. A little disappointing. Mum stuck her tongue out with a bit of embarrassed look on her face. You have received new tips. Mr. and Mrs. Huju's falling incident, the terminal illness, death of Shinto priest, and something else. And a housewife murder. Oh, we've got newspaper cuttings for all of it. And a radio log. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. From the June 1980 edition. On the afternoon of XX at 2 p.m., office employee XXXX and his wife XXXX of Hinamizawa village in the Shishibone prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform in Shirakawa prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of XXXX at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife XXXX is yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effects of Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that the XX leaned on had broken, causing him to fall. The groundskeeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to the facility deterioration and if park maintenance was performed properly. That was nice and short. I'm so happy Akbar still has bits to donate. I will take a picture of what my notifications look like when I get offline. And it's just Akbar 1 bit, Akbar 1 bit, Akbar 1 bit. And like some of it's like this crap, XXXXX. Some of it is really weird, and then most of it is just spam. Though also, that guy from yesterday who joined in with the bit spam, he clipped himself causing chaos. He clipped himself. From the June 1981 edition, on the afternoon of XX around 10 p.m. in the X district of Hinamizawa Village in Shishibone Prefecture, the Shinto priest of the Furude Shrine passed away after an existing condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. Also, after XXX's death, his wife XXX went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued to search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onifasuchi March is said to be bottomless, they have run into difficulties. He was clear on an eagle trip. I don't mind getting his bits. He wants to send me bits. As long as it wasn't nasty stuff. And as far as I was aware, he didn't really send any nasty stuff. So that was good. It was just weird. Yeah, imagine that going on. Nasty stuff.
Nasty stuff.
Ah! It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Wait! Is that what I got? Is that the tip? It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Jesus. Radio log, though. Akbar's being a little shit as well. This is Okinomiya Station calling Unit 3. Unit 3, please respond. This is Unit 3, loud and clear. Backup is heading your way. Hold position until further instructions. Over. Roger, Unit 3 acknowledged. Requesting no headlights. Requesting radio silence. Station, the doctor has arrived. They want to carry it away. What's the order? Over. Acknowledged. Leave it to the doctor. Affirmative. Understood. Ah, backup has arrived. Shouldn't we let them take a photo first? I think the Vic is done for. Yeah, but we like Akbar. Can we have a poll to find out if we like Akbar? Please, and thank you. Nobody likes Akbar. You just learn to live with Akbar. I think we like Akbar, but it's gone for a couple of hours. Akbar is a force upon himself. We all... Oh no, it's not that you can't use it. It was deleted, Chris. Gracie went through and deleted a bunch of stuff. It's gone. Those are the commands we've still got. There was a moment earlier on. Will something creepy please happen? Good morning. Nice job yesterday, Ki-chan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. Oh, that's right. Kiechi-kun, thank you very much. For Mr. Bear. She must have had it. I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom. But the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water. And unfortunately, my foot stepped right into it. My now, how diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Clomp, clomp, whoop, woof. Wah! Kiechi-san flicked my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Rena began to swoon as Mion looked on dejectedly. Everything was the same as
I mean,
always.
I'm a very
Everybody was
powerful
there and
person.
nothing
In
felt
just a
out of
few
place.
months, I created
The
a culture
uncertainties I'd
revolving
had in
around
the
the
back of my
last
mind
part of
since
my
yesterday had
username.
vanished. What is it, Kiechi-kun? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe? I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then, this time of year, you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, yes, ma'am. What she'd said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny, and now I was one of those who needed to keep their mouth shut. I found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. I was summoned to club activities after school, since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday. We just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Oh, a game from overseas. Looks interesting. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose, you hear? I'm not too bad at this game. It seems that Rena didn't handle this kind of game very well. The rules are, the person who can match the murder weapon and the scene of the crime wins. There were 3 kinds of cards, comprised of suspects, weapons and locations. I mean, I'm a very powerful person. In just a few months, I created a cult revolving around the last part of my name. That's true! There's a lot of bars on my Discord. Very many bars. I could see that the names Mion and Riku were written on the suspect cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There are plenty of different weapons too, like knives, axes and poison. The locations are pretty nice too, like the living room, the study and the courtyard. So basically, you take out one of each of the cards. These are the answer cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. Ah, I see. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. Then you raise your hand if you know the answer. The game ends and we check if the answer is correct. If you're right, then you get a point. If you're wrong, then you lose a point. Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed. You learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. The rest of you can figure out by playing, so Mion, what's the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion. Let's see, we're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty. You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone. So just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Is Kiechi-san thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or rather crazy stuff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon and the scene of the murder have been taken out, so that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Then I'll go first, since I'm the club president, I guess. Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon and murder scene and ask each person. If you have any of those cards, then you must say I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, Knife and Study. So that means that Mion and Knife and Study are all in the clear. Got to jot that down. Then I'll go. Rena, Axe, Lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Rena, Axe and Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. No way, even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Satoko or Riku-chan has 2 of the cards. Well, Ki-chan is next. Go ahead. Just wanted to know the name of the game. Give me a second, guys. Akbar never doing anything right. What if I do this and make it even more complicated for you? Well, Ki-chan is next. Go ahead. Well, wait, just a little. I'm still sorting things out. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough. Alright now, I have the criminal. What? Already? Here I am, spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raises her hand. The murderer is Riku-chan, in the infirmary with the poison. Well? Mion drew the cards from the box, and we checked to see if her deduction was right. You were right. All I needed was one more hand. I couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I never use a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Riku-chan said such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Rina and I were left out in the cold though. How did you do, Kiechi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry. I had no idea either. How can you both be unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse. Going off buying something together as a couple. What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Guide? I can tell from Kiechi's expression that he's not very good at this game. What? That's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sharuk Maribra during the next round. Can he really do anything? Wait, that might be dangerous. That looks like you're setting the fucking category, mate. My, that sounds just wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was still always a step or two behind. I saw that Mion had somehow gleaned information from how the others were asking their questions. Their level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I become ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win the game. Eureka. Sorry, need to go to the bathroom. Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. Michan, that's gross. I had them hold off the game and headed down into hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rina had made her way over towards me. Kiechi-kun, did you call for me? Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Rina. I'm glad it worked out. I didn't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point. Rina, what's your record at this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth. All losses. Why do you ask, I wonder. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing. The way things are going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one. So I guess both of us will be taking that penalty. Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? Both of us. But how can we? I brought my lips up to Rina's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper. Huh? Is that allowed? Did you forget, Rina, the second rule of our society? Do everything in your power to obtain victory. Yeah, I'll try my best. Our plan of attack was a quite rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hand to each other. If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We'd begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we'd need to investigate less. Just saying whisper isn't helpful, isn't it? I'm doing it wrong, though, then. I like whispering to people. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Sorry, I'm eating more of my ribs. You know what? These ribs weren't worth all the hassle of having them in my freezer drawer for so long. Do 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 do. There's no point anyone whispering to me because I can't hear anything. So I'm always like, can you just talk normally? Just shout in my ear, please. Do you know how hard that's become with masks, fictional? The mask pandemic has really brought a lot onto me. I used to be able to understand people, now I can't. Hey Corbin. I just need to learn how to read masks. That's all I need to do. Sean, that one's not gold. I was like, this is the only one I've got, and he just posts a normal one. Yeah, we see the normal one. And it's the normal one on the screen as well. What chapter are we on? We're on chapter 7, aren't we? When does Higurashi get... I've put in when does Higurashi, and the top two things is get good, get scary. I'd say they probably did it as a prank. I don't think I'd get rid of it for a gold one. Oh my god, I'm not even in an English part of Steam. Jesus. It could always be option 3, just a mistake, by accident. I don't see them ever wanting to get rid of Kappa. The other ones they got rid of was because of scandals and stuff. Sorry, I was trying to find out when the game got good, and apparently it gets good about now. I still, like, there's this whole thing at the beginning saying, you know, play the game, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just thinking, like, this isn't a game. Like, at least, like, Danganronpa and all that have game elements to it. This is just a story I'm sat here reading to you all. More reading. With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. You can now see, Corbin, why I've got the ham fam open in one player place. And I could see you all having fun, and I was like, I'm going to join in with the fun. Because I'm bored reading. I wanted to get to the good bit. Yeah, with this, we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. If I was the shady businessman, then Rena was the corrupt senator. Haha, pleasure doing business with you. Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a deal to surprise everyone. Hey now. Visual novels have more to them though. I play visual novels all the time. And you usually get to make choices and stuff. Like when they had that quiz, I thought we were going to have to answer a question or something. But there's been nothing so far. We're like nearly 6 hours in. And it's just been a novel. Oh, it's a good story. The thing is, like, if I knew it was just going to be this, I wouldn't have played it. Now I kind of want to finish the chapter because we are like 6 hours in. So I want to do it. But at the same time, like, it said at the beginning that you have to play the game a certain way and not worry about beating the game the first time. And I'm like, but I'm 6 hours in and you haven't given me anything to do. So where is this you've got to make choices bit coming from? When is it going to happen? And the answers online were basically just carry on. You'll get there. It'll happen. That's not an answer. I need an answer. I need to know how long I'm just going to be reading for. Hey now, there's no point if we go back together. It would be like a flat out telling them we made a little arrangement. Oh, sorry, then what should we do? Go back ahead of me, Rena. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Rena turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it would seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, I'd figure it out sooner or later, because both Rena and I would start winning over and over again. Both Rena and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the loser by the time Mion realised that was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. Mabarakun, may I have a moment? Huh? It's the teacher. Man, things were just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit... You have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They have been waiting. Please hurry. It was rather unfortunate that I'd have someone waiting on me right before my big match, but I was more interested in an unexpected guest. Right! This must be where it gets good. Come on, guys. This has to be it. His mum or dad must have died. They didn't go to the festival. They made that very clear that they didn't go to the festival. And that going to the festival was a big thing to the curse. They made this very obvious. This must be something good. I'm saying it must be something good while saying it must be one of his parents have died. This is what this game has come to. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Mabarison? Kiechi Mabarison? There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and that this was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomitaki-san, I've been running into so many middle-aged men. That's right, who might you be? I have the AC on in my car, let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car parked near the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I have no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him. I'm not going to bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about, even while knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Don't get in the car with a middle-aged, creepy-looking man. Please, can we have a show of hands of everyone who was taught from a young age, do not get into the back of strangers' cars, especially creepy middle-aged men. I'm pretty sure everyone has had that thing. Everyone has been told that. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. please, let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from the expressionless picture that took... let me try that again. I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt, done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Miyabusa, and quite a few of your classmates signed. Oh, it's Tomitaki-san! Huh? This is Tomitaki-san. There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. And then, do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitaki-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamazawa. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi we spoke. They seem pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail was very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus I replied to the silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitaki-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You've moved here just recently, isn't that right, Miyabusa? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Higurashi-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face. Not at all. If you don't, and that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomitaki-san told me, actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, the death by illness followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happened the day of the Watanagashi ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitaki-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Do you know of that, well, curse, Miyabusa? Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was the more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. It actually made you wait. Yeah, that's what I gathered from. Like, I literally just looked up, when does this game get good? Which was the #1 search for it. And it seems that people say it's a lot better later on. It's just so long-winded, though. But people say this is, like, a big problem, especially for new people to the series. My mind went blank. Hell, what happened to Tomitaki-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Miyabusa? Implications, not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi, meaning this year the curse of Higurashi-sama had once again... The death of Jiro Tomitaki is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamazawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't. Or at least that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was, you know where the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder around there. There were few streetlights on that road. Its pitch-black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitaki-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of that road. Tomotaki-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something. No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails. With those, he crawled through. From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. What? Hey, Paige! Oh my god, there's even like this really creepy fucking noise coming through my headphones. Like you can just about hear it with headphones on, but it's like a really high-pitched sound. I don't like that. It's not even creepy, it just, I don't like noises like that because of my hearing. What? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder, it was suicide. Tomotaki-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat, as hard as he could with his own nails, tore through the skin until he started to bleed, and even then Tomotaki-san didn't stop. He continued clawing. Can you hear that really high-pitched noise? Tell me other people can hear that. With enough intensity that it could have peeled off his nail, still clawing, still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splut. I don't like that noise. Blood splattered on the ground around him as he bled, while gasping for breath. He collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. But this, it was suicide. I've never heard of such a thing. This, a natural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died in these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomotaki-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation, and so on, we concluded that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind or clawing out their throat. I think the cop is saying most of it, yeah. I've missed where the actual thing is. Like the speech marks and stuff. I'm just getting kind of uncomfortable with that noise keep coming up. It's really high pitched and it's not a pleasant noise to have in your ear. You have to have heard that. How can you guys not hear that? That was so loud. I don't like it. It's really annoying when you're deaf to hear noises like that. Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces of where he struck trees and the guardrails with it. Tomotaki-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries, which were not self-inflicted, discovered in Tomotaki-san. There is a high probability Tomotaki-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there may be multiple suspects. I think the cop is meant to say it. I think it's meant to be the cop telling us. To summarise, Tomotaki-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m., meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomotaki-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomotaki-san's shirt and parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work and she hasn't returned home either. There's a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomotaki-san was short, but we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. We have been continuing the investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitaki-san, the outsider, telling me. So that's why you came to me, because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa. I should have been angry that this was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me. Why is an adult cop coming to a child to tell them this gruesome thing that happened, to get information on a curse for a murder investigation? Why is that a thing? Why? Why is that a thing? If things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitaki died from Oyashiro-sama's curse. Because he wasn't the last person to see him, though. They all saw him last. He turned away from me and gazed far off into the distance. Because no one's talking about it because of the curse. Fair, yeah, I know. But it's still such a fucking weird thing for a cop to do. Without his parents there. To be like, oh yeah, there's this curse thing that everyone talks about. Wait a minute. I was just checking my phone. Yeah, fictional. Like that's a whole part of it. Like, it isn't just that he's come to a kid. I think chat needs a clap. What? I don't even want to know what Akbar's going on about right now. Like it's one thing to come to him and be like, this person died and you're the only person that can tell me about a curse. I'm not going to go and talk to your mum and dad about it or anything like that. But you know, this is a thing that's going to happen and I'm going to talk to you about it. But then he goes into minute detail and he goes, I can tell you this because you're not from this city. So I'm going to tell you about it. And I'm just like, oh my god, what? Do you have clappers in the UK? What do you mean clappers? We might have clappers. I don't know what a clapper is, but that might just be because I'm me. There's no way Oyashiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitaki. Wait a minute. The night of the Watanagashi, during the sacred ritual, he callously snapped off photos, angering Oyashiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. There's no way Oyashiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitaki-san. Tomitaki-san had to have been killed by humans, and a cowardly group no less. There's no way I'm going to let this happen. I can't even do this. This is a clapper. What is this? You're like a clap on, clap off thing. I know what that is, yeah. We watched an advert about it the other day together on stream, Akbar. What's that got to do with stream? What's that got to do with anything? Akbar's more creepy than the game. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. That's how this must be, Maribara-san. Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who can't believe in the curse is indispensable. Just get a smart plug and use your phone to turn us on and off. I don't want to turn you on or off. That's for your significant others to do, thank you very much. Nothing to say has to do with anything. This is true. At least this wasn't a bit donation that everyone had to bloody listen to. Cooperation from individuals in Hinazawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand? Neither Tomotakison nor I believe in curses, but with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomotakison's death making the 5th year, which would mean that Hinazawa had rejected Tomotakison. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomotakison was one of us. He didn't live in Hinazawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. You don't have a boyfriend. Neither do I. It's depressing, isn't it? But I'm still not going to be the one to turn you on, I'm afraid, fictional. That's still not my job. That's a different street. That's on the OnlyFans. There was no way that Tomotakison could have been cursed by Urishiro-sama, but there's nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No, if you see or hear if you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking in the future tense. Things or people or rumours, anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be knee-deep in this matter. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomotakison's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Is he a cop? I don't care about being spoiled. Cherry, are you here? Is he a cop or is he a reporter? Because he hasn't shown us any credentials for being a cop yet. So that's what the podcast is for. Anna After Dark. Well, we do have this. Hey, kill him. Maybe I should just keep that on screen, down here. I'm sorry to hear you're stressed, Paige. This isn't going to make you feel any less stressed. This is stressful. Just because you're going to have to listen to me butcher every word in the English dictionary for a couple more hours. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well, especially from Sonozaki-san and Furudi-san. Please do not inform them. Sonozaki, you mean Mion? Why? Are you saying they have something to do with the incident? With my friends' names brought up so abruptly, and being told to keep it a secret from them, I become rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to especially be offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may upset you. Say it. He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy. There's no way that could be right. Have good food, Akbar. Basically, a lowdown. Right, my friend Lucius told me to play this game because it's a horror game. It is a visual novel that has so far just had me read for about 6 hours straight. Not straight, because I played this over 2 streams, but you know what I mean. It's been a long-winded visual novel. Basically, we play a new guy to town. We're friends with a bunch of kids, or a bunch of girls in our school. The school is all mixed, like it's, I mean by age. Like, obviously it's a mixed gender school, but it's a mixed by age as well. And it's one class, because it's a tiny little village. And these are the kids that didn't want to go like an hour out to get to different schools. So they're all in the same class together. They play stupid games together and blah, blah, blah. Mion is the one that is kind of the older one and like the leader of everything. So the one they're talking about now, that the police officer doesn't trust, is like the oldest of the kids. Basically, they wanted to build a dam. Yeah, she refers to herself as old man, yeah. They wanted to build a dam. Not these people. They wanted to build a dam and completely destroy this village. So the villagers fought against it. 4 years ago, the foreman at the construction site was murdered by a bunch of people he worked with, and they cut up his body parts, and most of them got arrested. One of them confessed, the others got arrested. One of them is still on the run, and the arm of that man is still missing. The next year, someone who was pro the dam, who wanted the dam to be built and the village to be destroyed, fell off a cliff with his wife, and they died. The next year, a priest died. And this all happens around a village festival where they, because their god is like the god of punishment and rewards. So they all think, hey honey, they all think they're being punished by this god. So the priest, they're saying the priest died because of stress with this festival. And then the third year from the incident, so the third victim other than the foreman was a housewife who was beat to death. This is now the 5th year, so the 4th victim after the foreman died. And this photographer who'd been like hanging about, who we were like kind of friends with, has just been found dead. And I had just had to read. Right, I was reading this horrible, long thing. We're not a child who's solving murders. This is a police officer who has come to our school and dragged us into a police car and told us the most disgusting, horrible things about this death that's just happened to our friend, who apparently ripped his own throat open with his nails. We don't even know if it's a police officer. This is true. He might be a reporter. Yeah, so like we spent a couple hours sitting here like this is just a bunch of girls and a boy messing around. It's really fucking pervy as well. There's loads of fucking stupid stuff. It's fun to listen to me talk about it, but it's just like a lot, you know? Just a lot. Then in the last 10 minutes, we've had this asshole just be an asshole. And then there's a noise that only I can fucking hear because I'm wearing headphones. And I'm like, everyone has to hear this fucking noise, surely. And everyone's like, no. Someone should have clipped it. Someone should have clipped it and seen if you could hear it in the clip with headphones. That's what we should have done. I'm doing alright, honey. I'm sounding frantic, but that's because this game has just driven me crazy in the last 10 minutes. I have been driven crazy by this game. Trying to get this last minute Overwatch stream. Nice. You play Overwatch. Cool. Watch the VOD when you're done streaming. I'm gonna get a clip of it when I finish streaming, yeah. It's not tech-wise. It was very deliberate in, like, in the part that was it. Like, you could tell it wasn't a tech thing. Like, it was there to make it suspenseful because it was like this really high-pitched whining noise. Like, I will get a clip and hopefully when people stick their headphones on later on and watch the clip, they will see what I mean. I am not going crazy, guys. I am not crazy. It was there. It happened. Believe me, please. I'm not crazy. I promise. I'm quickly going to go and grab the Coke I put in the fridge earlier on because my throat is starting to hurt now that I'm ranting about this game. You believe me, but you were wearing headphones. Maybe you just can't hear it. Nice. I'm happy you got a nap in, Punky. I feel like I'm just It definitely wasn't my headphones because they're gone as soon as the music changed again. Give me a second. Videos, this one. They wanted to build a dam. Like, that's a whole part of it. Like, his throat had been ripped open. Wait a minute, I'm just turning the sound off for you guys for a second so I can try to get this clip. Or see if you can hear it on the VOD. You might not even be able to hear it through the gameplay. Give me a second, guys. I might have the sound. That might be the problem. I might have the sound. I don't think you could hear it. I don't think I've got the sound loud enough for you guys. No, the sound isn't high enough for you guys. You're missing out. You're missing out on the creepy fucking noises, guys. Put the sound back on. Give me a second. Hi, Dr. Handsome! Wow! I did sort stuff out. It's probably Pixely because I put a video on. Let me know if the Pixely stuff sorts itself out. I'm just gonna go get that drink that I was talking about before I got distracted. Not Pixely anymore. Yeah, it's probably because I put up the stream myself. Did everyone follow me on Instagram? Not that my Instagram's interesting at all. You don't have Instagram? I think I followed everyone the other day. Boop, 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 boop. I followed you because you found my AC post. They popped up on my screen. I thought I was following you until you followed me, and then I was like, how was I not following her? You have always followed. Are you talking about Sean or me, Cherry? Because that seems like a threat. And if it's a threat, then I think you're the murderer. Got him. She's sus, guys. There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. And how did you come to that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of the Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa. First, it was a dam construction foreman. Then it was a villager that supported it. Those the village held a grudge against died one after the other from mysterious cases. The means are different, but in the end, the results is the same. Unfounded unreasonable suspicion, but it couldn't just be shrugged off. So, the victims after that, what about Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village. The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, so there was a faction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about that housewife after that? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? That's just a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomotaki-san? He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project, but as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. Well, that's the scary part. The bar keeps getting lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider is reason enough. Then next year's victim, they're just going to be picked out of the village outsider pool. It might be a person that just moved here. What do you mean by, I swallowed my words? Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then the next victims, my family. Was he saying it was going to be me? But what does that have to do with Mion? I can't go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the dam protests, quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself. She has quite a few misdemeanors and obstruction of public worker offences on her record because of the protests. I knew Mion knew what it meant to fight. This was the first I'd heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with the string of incidents? Whoa, what? Oh, bugger off. Stupid game. Cherry is super sus. Tried to kill me once, or maybe that was Moose. Cherry just likes getting thrown out of the ship. Oh my god, Paige, I watch Hat Films play Among Us with, like, some of the other Yogcast people. And I just watch other Yogcast people playing it, to be honest. Like, I watch the Yogcast play it quite often. And the amount of times that Ross or, Lewis from the Yogcast have been thrown out of the ship because they just didn't know what they were doing. There's just uncountable times. I mean, one time Ross was the, imposter, but the reason he was suspected wasn't because he did anything. It's because he stood and his character was looking at a vent. And he was looking at a vent because he didn't know how to vent. But he also wasn't gonna vent because he knew that Smith was just above him. But Smith went and pressed a button and was like, I think it's Ross because he looked at a vent. You're too big brain. I haven't played it since that time we played it on stream. I'm probably shit at it now. Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with a string of incidents? I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, they'd have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That is exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seems that he understood it well enough. Then think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's the curse. How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with the curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me so I wouldn't worry about it. Is it now my turn to keep it from them so they didn't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them any more. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. I understand, I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? I'm Mr. Oyushi from the Okinomiya police station. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. Oh no, Ushi-san is fine. The way he said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was a spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch. I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click, and it streamed an oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as that thought crossed my mind. I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything embarrassing. There's enough proof that the village is not involved. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything, but I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up till now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Mabarakan. I returned to the school building without looking back. All done with classes for a nice 3-hour weekend. Listen, I was totally gonna report it. I don't believe that. Was there a single thing about that police officer that wasn't sus? I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitaki-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think there was a possibility of a village conspiracy, worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Rina, Satoko, or Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitaki-san. Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here, somewhere in Himazawa? I don't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's me, Chan. The perpetrator, huh? I was startled to hear Rina's voice. With the rope in the lounge. Bwahaha, nope. No. Rina clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over there. Wow. Ah, Kiechi-san, you're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behaviour. That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Kiechi-kun. I'm at -1 points. Oh, the heck? Our score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. Did you dip some bread in your egg, Akbar, like I told you to? This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Rina alone or by both Ki-chan and Rina. Yeah, right. Just let Rina do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Kiechi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? I'm sorry about that. I followed my initial plan of showing Rina my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. Hey, Nathan! Bread and eggs. I can't even read chat anymore! Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? I'm on holiday this week, Nathan. See, Solid knows what we're talking about. Solid understands. Using bread as a spoon. Wow. How's it going, Nathan? I haven't seen you around for a bit. I got it. The murderer is me, with the poison at the entrance. Is it? My Rena, quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark? Oh. Rena's correct. Oh ho ho. Then it's decided that Kiechi-san shall take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Kiechi-kun, let's both do our best. Yeah, let's do our best. Haha. It's my fault, so I have no choice. Yeah, if you let me know near to the time, Nathan. As long as I haven't got anything I've got to do on Friday, I'll come and hang. That sounds like fun. Americans don't know real food. Oh no, we really don't. Jeff knows about runny eggs, and bread. That sentence was just wrong. Dipping bread in runny eggs. Yeah, I should be free. I've just been streaming, and as I said, I'm on holiday this week, so I should be. Just remind me. We say Brish. What are you talking about? I think I said Brish. We're British. British. your grandma and mum book fucking good shit? Do they book it? I like scrambled eggs. I have heard that Americans tend to like scrambled eggs more than any other kind of eggs. Do British people say British? Wow! What a fucked up poll and a British stream. It is like when you were all picking on me because I apparently couldn't say clock. I feel attacked in my own stream. No. Cherry. But I'm British. I can't exactly not be in my stream. What are you doing? I have a gun pointed at me for being English. We're calling you out. Look! There's usually less Americans here than this. Alright, I'll go. I can go. I'm sorry. We'll end. I don't have an ending screen. I just gotta go to this screen. Bye. At least one of my mods is a fucking dick. I hate my mod. The one mod that I hate. The rest of them are lovely. In the words of Jeff's outro, it's Mod Wednesday. I loved having him play his outro the other day because he was too drunk to do anything else. Like, everyone was there like, raid Candy, and I was like, guys, I think he's too drunk to actually type anything. Can you not see how drunk he seems to be? It's me you hate, isn't it? Yes, Sean. Yes, you are the one taking the pish out. Pish. I can't speak. I've been reading this for 5 hours now. Why are you the worst mod? He did end stream. He did his outro. He just didn't raid anyone. He ended stream as soon as the outro finished. The thing is, he hadn't even drunk that much. Like, what he was drinking was like Trulies and stuff, and that's mainly water. Like, what is wrong with him right now? He's such a lightweight. Was there? Did he do anything funny on that night? He's a small boy. The funny thing is he thinks that he can handle his drink and he can't. Was it last week he forgot? Because I've got his streams popped up and they've been ending pretty well. It's like only a minute or two. He's walking out to use the bathroom too. Oh, it was the day you were all playing Animal Crossing. She had to throw bits at him. I need to go back and see that now. I want to see. Yeah, when he was like, I'm gonna watch Vikings, and just walked away from the computer. He's such a dingbat. It must have been one of the days he raided Mandy, because I have Mandy's stream up anyway. So I was probably sat around watching Mandy, and when he finished, I was like, oh, well, he's raiding Mandy, so I'll just turn him off now. Bizarre dingbat, yeah. Then that's game. It's me, Mion, Sonozaki ranked first. In dead last are Kiechi, Mabara, and Rina Ryuga. Everyone clapped and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Now then, I ranked first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the gopher penalty. Well, what? Will she make us buy? I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper. Well, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it, what's she making us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar and fried tofu. The heck is this? It looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Me was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society. You cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks. Now this is just your grocery list. I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make a go buy hemorrhoid cream. That's a lot of tofu. Am I still going to be on for an hour? Yeah, probably. This is Jeffrey Fabra's day off. So, I'm probably going to be on for a couple more hours. Oh, I didn't see what new tips I've got. What have I got? There are more than 4 perpetrators. Search notice. Jeffrey flabbergasted. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. Tissue is packed under the nails, not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide. I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? It's kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood. That's never happened to me. Some of Tomataki's fingernails have been pulled out. It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own nails, but it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there were a lot of bruises on Tomataki's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. Then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he had become. The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. It is possible that, in such an abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, there were very rare cases. Actually, Ushi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon, they only found sand and paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibres or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants. Or it could be they took a plank he was fighting back with. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They'd take them all. Ha ha ha, that's true. Tomataki's pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right, he was pretty active. Oh, talk of the devil, Jeffrey's just gone live. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on the higher side, meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator, and his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he'd hit him at least once. I know, right? To surround and take down someone of his physique, I wonder how many people would take. You dimwit, you should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I guess about 4. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. And there was quite a few perpetrators, so any drunk and disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious. A group of 4 or more, just if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or did he somehow break away from the fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries. That's under serious consideration on my end too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. After all, we've never encountered a death like this before. I'm not hoping for much, but I am looking forward to the results. Ushi-san, the chief is calling you. Thanks, see you around. Yeah, best wishes. Right. I suddenly can read really well when Jeff goes live. Yep. Save. Yep. So, we will be going to Jeff. I hate the fact that he's playing Minecraft, though. I'll turn that off. Anna's faking. What? We will I can't even say raid. What is wrong with me, guys? I'm just dead. Oh, thank you, Akbar. Everybody get ready with your poggers and your butts, because we're going to raid Jeffrey, so you don't have to go over there. We're going to go there anyway. You're a fake fan. Wait, what? I can read when Jeff goes live. I'm just saying that's sus. I have both Discord and Twitch open behind the game. The game takes up the smallest bit of my screen. It is so small, the window. Cherry doesn't love Cherry. She's a fraud. Out there, look, she goes. Just saying. I need that one over here. My windows are all messed up, guys. My windows are all messed up. So yeah, you've got to get your butts and your poggers ready. So we can attack Jeff with butts and poggers. Have you got your butts and poggers ready, though, guys? So Vet's got her poggers. I can see that. I always forget how long it takes for him to actually go live. Your butts and poggers are already ready. Good. They should be. Akbar's already over there. Akbar left us. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. We will do this game again tomorrow. We will hopefully finish this game tomorrow. I want to play Little Nightmares. How dare I lie? I see you in Jeff's chat, calling me out for having it up. I'm just waiting for him to go live. He takes forever. Boo, 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 boo. Another song. He's only just putting the announcement up. He hasn't added everyone. There we go. When streamer play game, I run out of things to say to you guys. To be honest, I don't know what to say. We're going to raid Jeff. Like, how are your days been? Is everyone, like, at least kind of enjoying this game? Do you want me to finish it? Is everyone enjoying it? Does everyone want me to carry on? Does everyone want to see the end? You want me to finish? Fictional's all that matters to me. Fictional is the only person that matters to me. I like the anime. I semi want you to message me what happens, to be honest, Cherry. I want to know. Not as many boobs as Danganronpa. Well, the good thing is I might actually play Danganronpa before then. You can't. No spoil. No! I want to know. Why is this boy taking so long? I'm probably going to message you, Anna. Are you going to message me about the game? Or are you going to message me some bullshit I just don't need? Just play... Fictional. I just... We can. We're going to watch Danganronpa all together at some point, you know? I thought I was the only one that mattered. I'm getting bored waiting for Jeff. I might just, raid him now. Play Alien, The Dark Descent. He's going live. I've given up. You guys, I hate Akbar. We're gonna watch even the Danganronpa anime together at some point. We can watch this anime together as well. Hate isn't a strong enough word for you, mate. Hate will never be a strong enough word. Right, I'm sending you. As soon as it lets me send you, I'm going. I hate Akbar, Anna 2020, multiple times. Right, I'm sending you. Bye. Bye.